on. The old ways, the old gods, the old powers are buried, but not gone. Because every world, every civilization, corpse of the old world. Because law, like every other spell, is empty words until empowered by the shedding of blood. So every regime is built on murder. Put green hills and sunny skies out of your mind. Where we're going, the sun has not shone for thousands of years. Fragments of strange lights crawl across the stone sky and through the black ocean. All the open spaces of this land are crowded with horrors and tortured spirits, fighting each other over the least scrap of living essence. It's a Hieronymus Bosch painting out there. But the throng bulks. Before them, a ring of lightning barriers, each tall tower crackling with electroplasmic discharge. They cannot pass into the city within. Stone towers, crowded wooden tenements, creaking docks, cobblestone streets lit by flickering electrical light. In Duskwall, there is something like dawn and something like dusk, but they only serve to make the shadows darker. The scrabble for survival here is not easy, and many residents, finding themselves pushed too far, chased into a dead end by oppressors of all kinds, stop and turn and learn how to strike back. This is the story of one such crew. This is Down to a Sunless Sea, a Blades in the Dark adventure from the Starfall Collective. Let me put my accordion away.
Bravo! It was like being forewarned of my own death on a crossroads at the twilight of a forest of Baravia.
Oh, yes. All right, so you guys are on Roll20. Let us open up the Farkash Renvi.
Renye. Farkash Renye.
Farkash Renye crew sheet. So we have chosen a crew type. Let me just make this a little bigger on my screen. Can you guys all see it?
Oh, that's right. You can just edit it. I don't see it yet. Did you hit the share screen button?
I just hit show to players. No, go to Roll20. You should be able to bring it up in Roll20 in the journal section.
Us. Yeah, I'm pulling it up in the journal section myself on Roll20.
Yeah. Do you think I should share it on the video? You think people would want to see it?
It might be interesting. I think folks would prefer seeing it on the main video, and then LT and Dave and I look at what you're looking, and you can be the puppet master. LT, you are muted.
Okay, but I think it's good. It's good for you guys to manage your own sheets, at least to a certain extent.
I was just saying it'd be good to just try it, and we can learn which way works better.
Yeah. Okay.
Good stuff.
Let me bring this over here.
When I'm playing Blades in the Dark, I enjoy it with laudanum. Like chewing on this here piece of mercury and heroin, and then chasing it down with a little...
What?
Most of my teeth have fallen out, but it's a good old-fashioned time.
I've always gone for just mainlining it myself, but whatever works.
Guys.
Peepum's low odor smoking lot.
So I was thinking about the hidden thing. Maybe we shouldn't do that because people
Okay,
are just
I
gonna know
actually
that
my
it's a bunch of
computer's
assassins in
security.
here.
My computer's security settings are not letting me
Okay.
Fair
do
enough.
this thing.
Okay.
So
Well, we will all
I'm
look
afraid
at it
I
individually.
am going to have to ask you guys to open it up in Roll20 and look at it yourselves, unfortunately. But I think that'll be good practice. No, it's like a. Okay. I'm going to have to. Make this smaller on there, then make this smaller on there, then drag it over to my smaller screen. Okay. Yeah, that should be good. All right. So we have chosen a crew type. Assassins. We are murderers for hire. We begin at tier 0 with a stronghold and 0 rep and 2 coins. So you can see you see where it says Blades in the Dark crew sheet, and under that Farkesh Renja and Reputation Ambitious, etc.
Yep.
Right under there's a word hold and tier.
Mm-hmm.
So if we were tier 2, it'd look like that. We're not.
Oh, look, I can see it on
Tier 0.
somebody's screen.
That's mine.
And we're strong. Stronghold on tier 0. So we have to choose an initial reputation, and a layer is step 2. We've already chosen that reputation, ambitious.
Mm-hmm.
And we have picked a district in which to put our lair. It's a burned down mansion in 6 towers. It's only partly burned down. There are, I think we said, like 2 usable rooms in there, and you can still go into the basement. But from the outside, it looks mostly burned down. It doesn't look like people could live there, but you actually can live there. Establish your hunting grounds.
Just kind of a minor question about the location of this. Like, is this in the city, on the outskirts?
Yeah. So we are in 6 towers, which is on the east side of the city. So there's a river to the east of 6 towers, and the river is like lined with lightning barriers that keep the ghosts out. So we're on the edge of the city. But this is part of the city. It used to be a much richer and more influential area, but it's fallen. It has fallen into less prominence after many years. Oh, hey. One of you guys sharing your screen. That's awesome. Thank you.
Indeed.
So we have to establish our hunting grounds. You can pick a different zone, or we can pick this same one, I think.
I think I wanted you to pick separate ones.
Yeah, I guess we should probably pick a different area. Why am I looking at a different map? Oh, this is just turned 90 degrees from the other map.
Oh, yeah.
Should I be looking application?
No, we don't have a map in Roll20 right now. But you can, if you Google it, you can find a map of Duskwall in Blades in the Dark pretty easily. Maybe I should have provided that in some way.
Well, if you give me 15 seconds, I might have an image.
So there's Coleridge, Night Market, Brightstone, White Crown, the Docks, Char Hollow, Silk Shore. I'm not really sure how the hunting grounds comes into play, but we do have to pick it because you make some choices about it influences the initial faction game.
Yeah, I thought I read that you had to put it in a different, or you should put it in a different place from your layer, but I don't see that actually in the crew creation sheet.
It does. Yeah,
So I think it could be the same. I was thinking that it would be good to have it in like one of the merchant districts.
Okay.
Or market districts because of traffic. Basically, there would be a lot more access to different levels of society.
Yeah. So I think then we're talking about probably the two most commercial districts, as far as I can tell, would be Night Market, obviously, Market.
In the Northeast.
Or Charter Hall is the kind of central one.
Yeah, Charter Hall is like the government center, but I'm sure there's a lot of commerce there as well. And I think the docks has a good amount of commerce, warehouses and shops and things like that. But maybe Silk Shore. Let me look at
I think
Silk Shore.
isn't Silk Shore the Red Lamp district? Yeah. So Charter Hall says like the city's civic offices and the hub for shops, artisans, and commerce.
Okay.
And Night Market is the trade center for exotic goods imported by rail. And the docks, rough taverns, tattoo parlors, fighting pits, and warehouses at the docks.
Yeah. So Silk Shore is like the Red Lamp district.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of exotic shops and brothels and
yeah.
So what do you think for hunting grounds?
I like Charter Hall or Night Market. That's my 1 and 2.
Josh, Dave?
Yeah, Charter Hall sounds nice, being able to, go after high bureaucrats and businessmen who are trying to, do deals with politicians. It seems like there's a lot of opportunity to target wealthy, powerful people that we can be provoking really good favors with other wealthy, powerful people. That's a nice hunting ground. I like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Charter Hall I think Elena would be drawn to those kinds of targets. The crew that's targeting those kinds of people.
All right, so I don't see any place in the crew sheet where I can write that down, so I put it in the notes. So we have to. There is a go back up to crew creation. What factions are in Charter Hall? Here we go. Ministry of Preservation, the Leviathan Hunters, or the Foundation. So you are operating in Charter Hall with the permission of one of these three factions. The Ministry of Preservation is a governmental body in the Imperium. So Duskwall is part of an empire. And a lot of the food and stuff gets brought in by lightning rail, by train from other parts of the empire. And the Ministry of Preservation is in charge of all that transportation. And they have offices in Charter Hall and control a good deal of what goes on in there. Also, the Leviathan Hunters are, it seems like they would have more bases in the docks. And the Foundation, I think maybe the Foundation is more likely. They're an ancient order of architects and builders. Many of their enemies have disappeared behind the brick and mortar of Duskwall.
So, Lemmer's background is on a Leviathan hunting ship. So that might be a natural connection for him.
So step 3 in crew creation is establish your hunting grounds. Look at the map and pick a district in which to place your hunting grounds. Decide how to deal with the faction that claims that area. So we pay them 1 coin, or we pay them 2 coin and get +1 status with them, or we pay them nothing and we get -1 status. So what do you guys want to do? Are you the kind of crew that spits in the face of the because you are a tier 0 crew, you have to operate in somebody else's territory.
Yeah.
You have not seized turf of your own, so you have to pay a tithe to the larger, more powerful crew or faction that controls your turf. So we have to decide what that faction is going to be and whether you're going to tell them no and get -1 with them, or whether you're going to pay 2 and get +1, or pay 1 and be even with them.
I guess, what is the value of status?
They're going to be more helpful when you need things from them. And you're going to, if you have good, especially if you have a good relationship with another faction, you'll be able to get jobs from them. If you have a really bad relationship with a faction, they can go to war with you. And there are rules for war, and it's pretty difficult, and you can lose your tiers. You can lose a tier if somebody goes to war with you.
I guess, what else can we spend our
coin is really important
on in the we're basically deciding how we're going to spend our starting coin.
Yeah. We start with 2 coin, and we have to decide. You have to decide what to do with it.
Is there anything else that we spend it on?
Yeah. When we pick upgrades, we've already picked 1 upgrade, but we have to. So step 5, right, goes like this. You pick a second upgrade, and then one faction helped you get an upgrade, take +1 status with them, or spend a coin for +2 status instead. And one faction was harmed when you got an upgrade, take -2 status with them, or spend 1 coin for -1 status instead. So basically, there are a couple of different ways to,
How high can our status get? Is there a top amount of status?
I think I should have a sheet for this.
I guess either way, you could if you put it all in one place, you could get up to +3 status using your 2 coins.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's plus or minus 3.
Okay.
But here we go. Oh, this lets me put in. I thought the PDF would stop me, but it lets me put in any number. Let's say for now that it's plus or minus 3.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So when you're at war with any number of factions, so status -3 is war.
Okay.
And I think status +3 is your organizations are almost the same organization. You've almost joined them.
Okay.
So what do you think? The Leviathan Hunters, you want to pay the Leviathan Hunters to be able to operate in Charter Hall?
Yeah. How about 1 coin gets you nothing, 2 coin gets you +1 status.
Yeah. What do you think, Dave?
Leviathan Hunters sounds good. I mean, LT's kind of got the connection there.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, let's pay them a coin.
Okay. There we go.
I'm thinking in step 5, we can pay them and we can use them. We can pay another coin to get up to +2 with them. And then we have somebody that we're almost +3 with and somebody we're almost -3 with.
Okay. Let me pull this thing up again. And then we will be moving along. Okay. So we paid them 1 coin, and our status with them did not change.
Mm-hmm.
So we're at 0 status with the Leviathan Hunters. So the next thing we have to do is choose a special ability. They are in the gray column in the middle of the crew sheet. So special abilities here: Deadly, Crow's Veil, Ember Death, No Traces, Patron, Predators, Vipers, Veteran. The one that it says in the rules that the special ability that they put first on the list is like sort of the recommended default if you can't decide.
I kind of like Ember Death for assassins.
Yeah,
like make them go away. It turns
Ember
murder
Death
into
is
actual murder.
due to hard-won experience or occult ritual. You know the arcane method to destroy a living victim's spirit at the moment you kill them. Take 3 stress to channel electroplasmic energy from the ghost field to disintegrate the spirit and dead body in a shower of sparking embers. So there's nothing left for
maybe
the police.
That out.
That's kind of so like, but we're like wolves.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean,
yes.
You know, like maybe. I mean, I'm thinking like,
what does Cell think of that, Josh? Yeah, and David.
Well, so like it seems to me like we don't want to we want to leave corpses. Like we want people to we want people to know what we're up to. Like,
so
we're not trying to be sneaky or or like just like get rid of the bodies.
So definitely not No Traces.
Yeah.
So you might consider.
I don't know. Just a.
So I think there's a compromise between these because I think also, Josh, your character's vice seems to benefit from dead bodies being available.
Indeed.
So we might not. It looks like Ember Death destroys the body. So you might consider as a compromise. This special ability, Crow's Veil, due to hard-won experience or occult ritual, your activities are hidden from the notice of the Death Seeker crows. You don't take extra heat when killing is involved on a score. So normally when somebody dies on a score, you take extra heat. And also normally there's a bell that starts ringing, like a magic bell, and these guys called the Spirit Wardens come because the city has about a day to recover any dead bodies and cremate them before they become ghosts. And ghosts ghosts murder people. So it's like really important, and the Spirit Wardens are an extremely powerful governmental body, like the FBI or something. They will mess you up. And And so being able to use Crow's Veil to prevent them from coming could be really helpful.
That prevents them from coming like immediately, right? Like we
Right.
could. So I'm wondering if it would be viable to do something like display the body and then beat it before the crows figure it out. If we want to like leave bodies, like look, everybody, we can kill people and leave the bodies, and nobody knows what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, Crow's Veil would allow you to have control over when the body becomes like visible to the spirit wardens.
Oh yeah, and we were talking about using assassinations to start faction troubles. So that might actually, yeah, I like that. Then we could
like image for spirit
use
wardens?
the bodies to.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, the spirit warden.
And then we can use the bodies to do what, LT?
We can use them as like we can, display the bodies in whatever way to start faction wars if we take that kind of job.
Yeah. That seems good.
Crow's Veil?
Yeah.
Nice.
Crow's Veil.
Dude, you got to look at this. Check out that for an image for Crow's Veil. Isn't that great? I love Midjourney.
Nice. Mm-hmm. I love it. That is perfect.
That's like just these have been one of the first 4 images that created by the prompt, like within seconds. So
all right, so the next thing we have to do for the crew is there are 2 upgrades pre-selected for assassins. That is training insight and training prowess. So during downtime when you train, you get like 2 XP instead of 1 when you train insight or prowess. And we get to choose 2 more. We've already picked one of those, which is quarters. Mm-hmm. So you guys have living quarters in your hideout. So you will not be as much in danger, or you will not be vulnerable while you're like in your normal life. Without this, you would have to sleep somewhere else, and like during a war, or I can get you with stuff, but I cannot get you with stuff when you're sleeping or whatever. If you have quarters, I can still get you with some stuff, but you're a little bit more protected with when you're sleeping in your hideout. But you have to pick 1 more.
What are resolve and personal?
So those are other things that you can train. If you look at a character sheet.
There's the resolve section.
Yeah, so insight, prowess, and resolve are like the categories of the skills, and you sometimes need to roll those.
Okay. And all of those check marks are things that we can pick from?
Yes. So we can't get carriage or boat or secure or vault now, but you could get hidden, which would make your lair hidden. You could get a workshop in your lair. Also, you can get quality documents or quality gear or quality implements, supplies, tools, or weapons, arcane implements. So, for instance, if you were, assassins, crew upgrades. You know what? There are other crew upgrades above here, which is assassin rigging, iron hook contacts, elite skulks or elite thugs. Elite skulks or elite thugs we can't do because you don't have a cohort.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have to. It costs 2 upgrades to get a cohort.
Kind of like 2 free load of weapons or gear, but
assassin rigging is pretty good.
Yeah, you're basically that's a level up, basically like a free level of. Yeah, I like rigging. Anybody else?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
All right, assassin rigging it is. One faction helped us get this upgrade. Take +1 status with them, or spend a coin for +2 status instead. So one of these upgrades, like either your training facilities or the bed furniture, like the bedroom furniture that you use to live in your burned out mansion, or your special assassin rigging that comes from some other faction. Is that going to be the Leviathan Hunters?
I'm thinking Leviathan Hunters, and get 2 status with them.
So wait a minute. So we could pay 1 more suite or coin and get level 3 with the Leviathan Hunters?
No.
The most we can get is 2.
Yeah.
Well, before we had an option of
we didn't pay them 2
or
coin.
1, right?
No, we had an option of paying 1 or 2.
Okay.
And we paid 1.
Or you could pay 0 and get -1.
Yeah.
So can we retcon that and pay 2, and I'll chip in 1 of mine, and then we can get this.
You don't have any.
This. I thought you. Okay.
Yeah, we only have 2 to spend here. If we spend the 2 in step 3, then we can only get 1 status. Or no, sorry, you can get 2, or if you spend 1 at each, you can get. It sort of doesn't matter if you put them on the same.
Yeah.
So the question is, are you going to concentrate your status increase with 1 faction or spread it out over multiple factions?
Yeah, and there's the next thing I'm gonna say is 1 faction was harmed when we got an upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
We have to take -2 status with them, or spend a coin for -1 status instead.
So basically,
do you want
really
to be
likes us and somebody hates us.
Yeah.
Or we can make it so nobody really hates us very much.
I say if you'll direct your attention to the Riverside screen, the -2 status with the Foundation, so that we can go head-to-head with the Teamsters.
Yes. The Foundation? Is that the Teamsters?
It's an ancient order of architects and builders. It's not the Teamsters.
Oh, it's the Freemasons.
The Teamsters would be the railhooks.
That's the Masons.
But you know what? We could make it the railhooks. We could say that like you stole some stuff from them.
Ooh, I like that. Interesting.
I think they're called the railhooks.
We
Is that what they're
furniture without paying the dues. Yes.
Hey, can I just say the other option would be that we an option to upgrade our facility and we do the boat ramp thing, then we can use our own boat the various different islands, which would be smart seeing as how railway is going to be dangerous for us because we.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna make the railhooks enemies.
All right.
I think they're called the railhooks. What are they called?
If you call them the railhooks, that's what they're going to be.
Yeah, but I want to be able to.
The bill hooks?
No, not the bill hooks. No. Factions page 283.
Leviathan hunters appear. Foundation dockers, gondoliers, sailors, laborers, cabbies, ciphers, ink rakes, railjacks. Railjacks?
Railjacks.
Okay. Oh yeah, and they're only a level 2 faction, so screw those guys. We got a level 5 faction on our side at the cost
and it's the
of a
Railjacks?
level 2 faction. the Railjacks.
The men and women who protect the electro trains of the Imperium from the savage spirits of the Deathlands. I think they're a union. They're like the Teamsters.
They're the Railroad Workers Union.
They don't sound that important.
They're not that important. So are we going to spend a coin to make them be -1? Or are we going to spend a coin to make the Leviathan Hunters be +2?
I want +2 for Leviathan Hunters.
Oh, heck
Okay.
yeah.
Because I think +2 of a level 5 faction is worth -2 of a level 2 faction.
Great. Perfect. I love it. Next. So, great. Let me make a note that you stole something from the Railjacks.
Here's the logo for the Railjacks.
So now we have to choose a favorite contact. Mark the one who's a close friend, longtime ally, or partner in crime. Record the faction status changes related to that contact. So there are some suggested contacts, but we can also make one up. Contacts: Trev, a gang boss; Lydra, a deal broker; Irmina, a vicious noble; Carlos, a bounty hunter; Exeter, a spirit warden; Savoy, a merchant lord. Or we could come up with something. But we're going to get a +1 status with a faction that's friendly with that person, and -1 to a faction that is that's unfriendly to them.
Bounty hunter?
Yeah, I'm thinking either bounty hunter for jobs, or also the noble. Well, actually, all of those would be good for jobs, I suppose. So maybe the spirit warden. Yeah, I think I'm actually good with any of them.
The wealthy merchant might be able to put us in touch with people who are desperate enough to take out their competition. Seems like there's high. We could do some.
Yeah, so we're ambitious. So we want the person who's going to get us the money. We want to get paid.
So bounty hunter seems like how big the bounty is. If we go for the real big bounties, I suppose that could be a big payoff. I feel like the merchant
feels a little,
because he could bring us in on big jobs, for example.
Yeah, the merchant could bring us in on big jobs.
Well, I'm thinking the bounty hunter could bring us in on big jobs that he gets, where he needs more than just himself. The merchant guy and the vicious noble could also both bring us.
Oh, the vicious noble.
Probably a narrower range.
The vicious
noble is who we want, right? Because the vicious noble is going to be
play into our agenda.
As long as she's rich. I don't want a poor noble.
She's rich and she's vicious. She wants us to kill. I mean, we're looking for a dark mistress.
Okay. Irmina.
Irmina.
Do you want to give her a different name?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
How about Veda?
Wait, why Veda? Veda is doing some crazy stuff.
So
what's her name?
Irmina.
Irmina.
And there's a faction that is friendly with Irmina. Let's say I think that she is friendly with either the Circle of Flame or the City Council or
City Council. Then we can get political jobs.
So I think those are the ones who are most involved with like the nobility. The city council is made up of nobility, and the Circle of Flame is mostly made up of nobility.
I'm thinking city council because we can get political jobs.
Okay.
And they got that political money. I got my campaign war chest. It doesn't matter. Here's 7 coins.
All right. City council is going to be +1 because Irimina.
So there's a little drop down button to the right of Irimina, a Vicious Noble, that has a note tab under it.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay. I'll put a note in there. And then what?
Okay, so sorry, did we decide
Irimina?
Did we decide to be chummy with the Circle City Council?
City council.
Okay.
But we have to choose somebody to be unfriendly with. Let me see who hates the city council. No. Nobody hates the city council.
Oh, really?
One of these we like
for the Lady Germina.
None of those is mean enough. Except maybe
mean,
upper
okay.
right.
All right.
She's a vicious noble.
Yeah, you know what? The city council is not listed among anybody's enemies in the book, so we get to just pick. Yeah. Who do we not like? Do we want? We're okay with -1. Or we should think about her story.
Yeah.
Who has she been vicious to? Who's she been abusing with her political power? The Grinders, maybe. The Gray Cloaks. The Lamp Blacks. The Lost. So, the Lost are a group of street toughs and ex-soldiers dedicated to protecting the downtrodden and the hopeless. The Lamp Blacks are the former Lamplighter Guild who turned to crime when their services were replaced by electric lights. They're seen as sort of Robin Hood type figures by the people. The Gray Cloaks are a crew of former Bluecoats who turned to crime after being framed and expelled from the City Watch. But also, I think that other possibilities are that the City Watch is sort of in competition with other governmental bodies, like the Leviathan Hunters. There's some conflict there. There's a possibility of conflict with let's see, like Iron Hook Prison, but also the Ministry of Preservation sometimes gets into squabbles with the city council. The Imperial military definitely gets into squabbles with the city council.
All right.
What do you think?
There are lots of possibilities. Using her influence with the city council to advance her interests. Is there anybody who's like a landowner and she's like encroaching on his territory or something?
Sure, yeah. We can say the citizens of... Where's the map? The citizens of that farming place.
I feel like that would be kind of low for her. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, is there any kind of powerful financial faction that she can just have interests odds with them in that area? But like
who
she's
is
going
Lord
up against a
Starlock?
banking guild or some sort of trade guild or a trade.
Yeah, so that would be what you're talking about there is probably something like the Foundation or the Hive. So the Hive is a guild of merchants who secretly trade in contraband, named for their symbol, the golden bee. So it's like a George Soros conspiracy type thing, rich people stuff. The Rupert Murdoch of Duskfall.
Here we go. The Lady
What do you think?
Irina.
Oh, there you go.
We shouldn't think too much about this stuff.
Okay.
Just pick something.
That's good for Irmina. What was that? The Foundation? What was that?
Yeah, the Foundation is an ancient order of architects and builders. So they're
the
sort
Masons.
of yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, like the Masons.
Conspiracy Mason guys. Okay, that's cool.
Okay,
yep.
Yeah. So she has gotten on the wrong side of the equivalent of the Masonic temple.
Yep.
Was the logo for the Foundation.
Amazing. I love it. So that's our faction. Perfect. Whew. That gives us some stuff to work with when we're looking for jobs or trying to figure out like who might be around, who might attack you, or who you might go after. This gives you some, or who you might go to for help with something. This gives us a good starting place. Next, who wants to go first for your character creation?
I think I will not go first so I can see how it works.
Yeah.
I'll go first since I already did it.
Although, you know what, Dave, I want to propose something.
Oh yeah.
So I loved your backstory. I think you don't have to have very much backstory. We have to modify it a little bit because there's not like a big important. There's not like a what we would imagine as like a university system that does not exist here. But what there is there is a scientific establishment who studies the spirit world and electrodynamics and stuff. And those are the spark rights. So how about your character survived in the Deathlands with the help of a pack of wolves, and you have this you found that the wolves have like a psychic connection through the ghost field, like they use the ghost field to communicate with each other.
At least that's what she claims.
Right. But so when you became civilized,
whether they actually do or not,
when you made your way into Duskfall and tried to civilize yourself, you got involved with the spark rights to try to develop your psychic wolf technology to try and be able to utilize the ghost field using this wolf technology for psychic communication, right? But it went horribly wrong. So what I'm proposing is I would like to give the faction I would like to give the faction -1 with the spark rights because of David's character's bad history with them, and +1 with the Deathlands Scavengers, who David would know from his time outside the city.
I could. This sounds good to me.
Okay, great. I love that.
Just a note, I think we should have -2 with the Railjacks from step 5.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Instead of +2 with the Leviathan Hunters?
No. It's one faction. We spend a coin to get +2 with the Leviathan Hunters, but since we don't spend a coin on the
We spend one
minus,
coin. We
Right.
spend one coin and have +1 with the Leviathan Hunters. Right?
No, we spend it on step 5. Mine says spend 1 coin for +2 status instead, which is reflected up there. But then it says one faction was harmed, take -2 status, or spend 1 coin for -1. Is that not what yours says?
Let me see.
Okay.
Mine says establish your hunting ground step 3. You
I'm
pay
on
them
5.
1 coin for nothing, or you pay them 2 coin for +1 status.
Yeah.
So we either pay both of our coin to the Leviathan Hunters
Yes,
to
that's
get
what I was
them
thinking.
to get them to +2.
Which it's
Or
currently
we
there.
spend a coin. Oh, so we should have -2 status with the Railjacks.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. You're right.
Okay.
Awesome. Thanks.
I like the idea of having strong allies and bitter enemies.
Yeah.
Do you want to make it +2 with the Deathland Scavengers and -2 with the Sparkrights?
Nah, those are good as ones.
Yeah, I think
We
those
don't
are.
need that many people. That
Yeah.
many people.
Okay.
at
Yeah.
once.
Well, she's
Everybody
also,
trying
like
to-
also she's a new she's new with the faction. Like her associations, her past associations are probably not strongly connected to the faction yet.
Cool. All right. So who's going to go?
LT, you go.
Yeah, I can go.
All right,
first.
LT. So first thing we do, character creation. Let me pull up your character. You are Arva.
Arva Hajos.
And if you look at
Choose a playbook. You have
If you look at
chosen
the-
Cutter.
if you look at the shared streamed image, you'll see the character portrait of Arva.
Yeah.
Ooh. Thank you, Midjourney.
Yes.
What is
Now I can draw.
Where are we getting these pictures from?
These
Are
dudes
you
are
looking
using
at the
artificial
Riverside
intelligence to generate
yeah.
this stuff.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
AI image generation. It's really cool. Eventually,
far,
nobody
everything
will
that
be
you've
artists
seen-
ever.
Everything that you've seen, the last dozen images, have been what I've been making as we've been talking.
You'll have
Pretty
to
great.
show me how to do this.
All right. Let's roll through this. Choose a heritage. Did you choose Scovlin?
Yes, he's. Whoops. Scovlin is the town, right?
Yeah. You're a Scovlander.
A Scovlander street urchin.
Awesome.
Yep.
Oh, you already did this.
Oh, I did all of this stuff.
Oh, I love it. Well,
I
then
was
let's
going
just
through
talk
for the
through it
stream.
real quick.
Yeah, yeah.
You chose a background. Tell us about your background.
So he was just an orphan working with a gang of street kids and got into some trouble, probably maimed or killed somebody, and hopped on board a ship called the Obsidian Tide, and it was a Leviathan hunting ship. He would have been about 13, 14 years old, kind of got on as a cabin boy, and over the years ended up as a butcher. So when they pulled Leviathans or Leviathan parts to the boat,
Mhm.
he was the guy cutting them up.
Okay.
And one of the Leviathan hunts, the captain gets killed, the Exo takes over, and there's a dispute about pay, probably related to Arva's tendency to gamble. And the Exo has an accident, and Arva leaves the boat and decides to stay in Duskfall.
Okay. Great. This makes a lot of sense. So you assigned your 4 action dots. It starts with 3, and you assign 4 more.
Yep.
So I see that you have a dot in study, which is your only dot in insight.
Yep.
You have a dot in command, which is your only dot in resolve.
Yep.
You have
I got all the dots
all
in
4
prowess.
of your first dots in prowess,
Yes.
which is finesse, prowl, skirmish, and wreck.
Mhm.
And then you have 2 dots in skirmish. So you are a great street fighter, but you are also going to be great at hunting people down and, fine manual dexterity work.
Mhm.
This is great. Did you
And
choose
part of the
a
idea for
special
study,
ability?
Yeah, his special ability is not to be trifled with. You can push yourself to do one of the following: perform a feat of physical force that verges on the superhuman, or I guess engage a small gang on equal footing in close combat.
Amazing.
Tank.
Yeah, he's a tank. Hence the
Yeah.
picture.
Awesome. And then you choose a close friend and a rival. So I see that you picked Sawtooth.
Sawtooth was the ship's doctor on the Obsidian Tide, and
Awesome.
and he was kind of like almost a father figure to, or maybe mentor to, Arva.
Okay.
And when Arva left the Obsidian Tide, Sawtooth decided to retire, and he's a little older, and so he's just like living in Dustfall with his wife, doing stuff.
Great. It's really good to know a physiker.
Yeah, especially if you're the fighty guy.
Yeah. I mean, Sawtooth is not a great physiker. I think he's only like
He
tier
can burn
1.
the stump.
But
You lose a leg.
But he's going to be better at healing than you yourself would be. So you can go to him for healing, and I think get a little advantage.
What is this nonsense, Josh?
And you chose a rival.
So his rival is Marlene, who's a pugilist, and she just kind of gets under Arva's skin. She can beat him in the ring, which annoys him to no end. Not always, but enough that it's just irritating to him. And he can't quite figure out her style. When he's betting and she's in the match, he loses almost every time, whether he's betting for her or against her. And it just drives him crazy.
Okay.
And it doesn't bother her at all, and that even makes him more crazy. This is not a romantic interest, by the way.
Right. Not a romantic interest.
Not romantic,
it's just like one of those
he feels like
infuriating
she should
people.
be beneath him, and she's not.
And
it bothers him.
Awesome. So you've chosen your vice, which is gambling.
Especially on fighting.
So you go to Grist at the dock to bet on boxing, and you go to Velk at the pits when you're in an especially bad mood. Okay.
Yeah, when I want to see somebody beat to death.
That's what the
maybe
pits are
after
for.
losing money with Grist when Marlene is fighting, then I'll go to the pits and just like,
awesome.
I'm going to lose all my money now.
Okay, I think your look. Oh yeah, broad-shouldered, muscle-bound, purple skin, short-cropped white hair. Awesome.
But like almost black, like eggplant.
Awesome. I love it. That's great. Thank you, Lemmer. Who would like to go next?
By the way, there's the chick who.
Yeah, that's bottom left, I think, or maybe top right. I think bottom left. She looks more annoying.
Okay.
All right, Elena or Cell?
You go, Josh.
All right, I'll have to stop doing this.
That's fine. All right, Cell, you have chosen the playbook Whisper. Whispers are an arcane adept and channeler. So, okay, awesome. So choose a heritage, What is your heritage going to be? Akarosi, the Dagger Isles, Iruvia. I have a sort of a Akarosi is like Britain, European. That's where where Duskfall is located. Iruvia is like Hindi, Arabic, sort of Turkish. Scovlin is sort of Norse, Irish, Gaelic. The Dagger Isles is sort of island people like Martinique, sort of French inspired or Jamaican. Severos is like Mongolian horse lords. Tycherosi is they're almost like I mean, I think actually in our game, since we're trying to make it sort of compatible with Dungeons and Dragons setting, Tycherosi is their word for what are the ones with horns in D&D? Tieflings, yeah. So Tycherosi are basically like tieflings. They have some demonic feature.
I
What do you
like
think?
that because I think he's got basically like he doesn't know or if it's lycanthropic or if it's some sort of spirit. Like he doesn't know, but he knows that he has this thing in his that makes him feed for flesh and for blood.
Okay.
Consume the ones whom he has defeated to consume their power, right?
Okay. So we're looking at Tycheros there then. I think for Tycheros, you're supposed to pick some sort of physical feature by which people just looking at you can tell that you have some sort of demonic ancestry, such as horns or glowing red eyes or something of that nature.
Yeah, so he has a couple of things.
He has eyes that glint red.
Well, don't get greedy.
Well, I mean, they're both simple. Like neither of them are like giving me any kind of mechanical advantage.
Cool, go for it.
But anyway, he's got glinting red eyes, and when you look at his mouth, you can see that his teeth look kind of
the teeth of the vampires in
was it 21 Days of Night? Josh
Hartnett and
the vampires up in northern Alaska.
I don't know that one.
Anyway, he's got creepy.
I don't know what those teeth look like.
He's got
creepy sharp teeth.
Looking teeth
that would be noticeable when he talks. Yeah.
We can't just say fangs, but like this is like all the teeth are creepy and sharp.
Sure, red eyes and fangs.
Love it. Background. So Underworld, you've been sort of a criminal your whole life.
Yes. I picked the background that was like Underworld, because
this guy seems like
someone who came up like the was
street urchin,
and he's like maybe 5-6 years old, and his mouth is dripping with blood, and he's dragging a stray dog that he's killed in the gutter. 1 foot behind him, and he's walking on this like obsidian gravel of the church grounds, and you see his feet like cut, and he's not even he's mesmerized by the words, "There is power in the blood," being sung inside the church. He was mesmerized in that moment. So this bloodthirst, this hunger in him, and I think that comes from a dark, seedy, corner of the world.
So you're an adult now, and in the intervening years, you've like made your living by doing basically the same thing, killing for money, taking part in gang activity,
Oh yeah,
Is that
he
right?
very much he has the kind of lifestyle and demeanor of a Sicario. Like he's very predatory. It really kind of
Okay.
consumes a lot of his thought. It's what he loves to do.
Cool.
So yeah.
So it looks like you've got 4 dots. Did we add one already? Do you start with 4 or start with 3?
So it started with 2 and in attune in study, and the document
Okay.
that I read said that you're supposed to start with 4 points.
Oh.
So that was the first thing that it said to do is assign 4 points.
Right. So there are 3 points that come with. There are 3 points that come with being a whisper automatically, and that's
Be the 2 and 1 in study.
Right. Yeah. So now we have to assign 4 more.
Oh,
so you get a total of 7 to start with.
Okay.
So do you wanted to put one of those in survey?
Yeah. So I need to have a conversation with you about how me using attune works. If I want to hurt someone with my magic, can I roll attune to do that? Or do I need to also take a rank in something like skirmish or wreck to be able to do area of versus ranged versus melee?
So
can they stack?
In this magic system, there is not a whole lot of using magic to hurt people. It's all magic is basically all interacting with spirits, interacting with the ghost field. So if you wanted, you can use attune to try and hurt somebody, but it's usually going to be limited or no effect. Like you're going to have to do something special to get to where you can actually use it to hurt somebody. Whereas skills like skirmish or wreck or skills from prowess are going to be more applicable to hurting people and are more likely for me to set those at a good effect level.
So then let me ask you this. If I were to, there are several, I don't know if these are skills or what, but you're supposed to take 7 of them. And some of the ones that I wrote down were strengths, which allows me to make
arcane. I don't know what that is. Yeah, Shadow, I read that too, but that's not. Saboteur. Yeah. Okay. So
my point is, one of those is arcane fighter. There's an option here to be able to use. I think
those are old rules.
Oh, you think those are old rules? Okay. Well,
yeah, but let me
do up front character creation to say I can, either combine my attune with my prowl or skirmish or wreck or place of those.
What is it that you want to do?
I want to be able to actually use my magic to be effective at, being a predator, like actually having, fear effect thing that he can do, or, whatever. It doesn't matter. We can explore that, and, how it needs to come up. We can leave that up to whatever, but
don't worry, boss. You make him stand still. I will cut him how you like.
Yeah.
So I think that how does that interact with the rules here? You don't ever combine roles like that.
Okay.
I think what I have to say is that that's just the kind of thing that doesn't happen in this world unless you're a very high level. So if you were like very high tier, if you're like tier 3 and you have like 4 dots in attune, that then hurting somebody with just magic is going to be possible. Also, if you do things like spend some time figuring out how to make like an arcane weapon, or make one of your something like that you put some time into, that then you could use to hurt people with your magic. But I think at this level, hurting people with attune is something that is going to be very rare and difficult.
Okay. So it seems like it would be helpful for me to have some amount of finesse and some amount. I mean, like at this point, do we want to just kind of go broad? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I've only got one more.
Well, Lemmer has a great deal, has a lot of prowess already. And David, what's your character's name? Arya?
Elena.
So Elena is a hound. So it's probably going to have
my starting pips are in insight.
Right. Study and survey are likely to be ones that Dave's character has.
I have 2 in hunt. Starts with 2 in hunt.
So I could go. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So 1 in command, 1 in consort, and 1 in finesse.
If I shouldn't just stick with this way and just play the very intellectual.
Play the intellectual, the face.
Yeah. So he's the thing. Maybe he's not really strong enough by himself to actually feed on the kinds of enemies that are
his hunger has outgrown his power.
Right. So you got kind of get his fix by trying to feed upon someone significantly more powerful than him. That's
awesome. So next thing,
I guess.
That's great. Awesome. Next is to choose a special ability: compel, ghost mind, iron will, occultist, ritual, strange methods, tempest, warded. Tempest might be the thing that you're looking for with hurting people with magic. You can push yourself to do one of the following: unleash a stroke of lightning as a weapon, or summon a storm in your immediate vicinity. So pushing yourself costs 2 stress, but you could shoot somebody with a lightning bolt if you spent your 1 special ability that you get to start with on Tempest. But there are other things. So for instance, if you wanted to craft some sort of item that would help you hurt people with arcane power, then maybe strange methods might be good. When you invent or craft a creation with arcane features, take +1 result level to your roll. You begin with 1 arcane design already known.
So functionally, more powerful than the other. It's just, do I want to shoot lightning, or story come up with a particular way that I focus my arcane power?
Yeah, but with strange methods, you wouldn't have it at the beginning. If you picked Tempest, you would have that right away. You'd be able to use it right away. With strange methods, we would have to come up with a. Okay.
I mean, I would love to do that, but there's 2 other Tempest means you can start play sooner. So I'm gonna take Tempest, and we can just I've got it shooting out of my hands, so that's great.
All right.
I love it.
Choose a close friend and a rival. We've got Nyrix.
I was just wondering, in attune it says channel electroplasmic energy, so there might be some room for like an Eldritch Blast type thing or something.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. Carry on.
Yeah,
Can
it's
I
the
just
kind
use
of
it
thing.
for a blast? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, I
I don't
think
really know
that
what it means.
I think that you can do that, but it's not going to be very effective.
Okay, whereas this lightning is immediately upping the effect.
Exactly. And you're spending
Okay,
and
right.
you're pushing yourself, you're spending 2 stress to be able to do like
Mhm.
channel a very powerful electroplasmic effect from the ghost field.
Now is
Special ability
that I can
take that helps me negate.
how much stress it costs me to do that?
Nope.
Okay. So close friend.
Stress is a key
Uh,
currency of the game.
It is. Fair enough. So I need a close friend. I would say somebody who's like a trader or a smuggler. Um,
Well, we've got okay, yeah. We can make one up if you want a
Do you have a list?
smuggler or a trader.
Oh, a
Did you have a
spirit
list of-
trafficker?
What's that?
If you're one of the guys is a spirit trafficker, and if you're killing people and using their bodies, you might have leftover ghosts to sell.
Actually,
That's true.
That's beautiful synergy. I love it. I now know what my side hustle is.
All right, you want to be friends with Flint, a spirit trafficker?
So close friend, spirit trafficker, what's his name?
So if you scroll up, you'll see it. I just clicked it.
Sorry. Flint, a spirit trafficker.
But if you keep scrolling up, you'll see the rest of the list. So you have to pick one of these or make one up to be a rival.
Okay. And then a rival, Kelwin, a witch. All right.
Oh.
No.
Sorry.
I want to be friends with a vampire. Because we have... Oh, no, the Professor Ghost. That would be so freaking good.
Possessor
and then
Ghost.
Possessor.
Oh. Oh, this is so...
Ooh, the possessor ghost could like, if it was a friend, could possess people for you, and then you could slice and dice without their resistance.
Eek.
This
Flint spirit trafficker.
Good. I
I
think
think let's stick
with that for the friend. And then
And who's going to be your enemy?
That means that my enemy, I think,
block
because it's like I resent him because he's like really thing.
He's doing... Perfect.
You want to be him, but
And-
you don't want to be like him.
Yeah.
And I resent that I admire what he has. Anyway,
It's this whole thing.
All right, so you've picked your vice, which is weird, but we need to you need to have a vice purveyor, and the vice purveyor has to have a location.
So I was thinking that this could be something like an alchemist, somebody who knows how to. Sure, you can go club a deer in the head and cut its leg off and then peel back the skin and bite into it, or you prepare it for you, or a nutritionist.
Mhm.
And so the alchemist like knows how to help him take
Yeah.
the flesh and
list of those
blood
guys,
of
too.
those.
Yeah,
who
so
he has
there's a
defeated
list.
and
Transmute
it
it into
more powerful food for him to consume.
It's just on it. Vice purveyors. So the hooded proprietor of a half-flooded grotto tavern near the docks. Strange passageways lead to stranger chambers beyond. Orana the Blessed, cultist of a forgotten god, barge moored in night market. But so you're thinking like an alchemist who helps you to make your cannibalistic ritual more potent.
Yes.
Okay.
Someone who can sell me the raw materials that I need, help me, because I'm not learned in spellcraft and stuff. I need somebody to teach me exactly any kind of ritual that I'm going to do.
So is that going to be
yeah,
in a market stall in Silk Shore, or a barge moored in Night Market, or a flooded grotto in the docks where that's located?
I like the flooded grotto in the docks.
Awesome. So, I mean, this just makes it so that when you're indulging your vice, you can't just do it at home. You have to like go somewhere. Is the point of this rule?
Okay.
So you have to go to the docks to be able to indulge your vice. We've recorded your name and all this other stuff. Awesome. Perfect. Let us move on. Thank you very much, Cell.
So
it is time.
So just to be clear, I can use a tune to do things like try to contend with the spirit of somebody that I just cast them in a crystal or in some sort of yoink. Gotcha
they're called spirit bottles, and if you look in your load in items, it's something that you can put in your load. Spirit bottles.
Okay.
Ghostbusters.
Exactly. You can Ghostbusters in this game. Last but not least, Arva. Oh no, not Arva. I'm going to get you guys mixed up forever. Elena.
Just want to say this is the chick that I buy my stuff.
Yeah,
dude. Keep these images in a folder, man.
Yeah. Get rid of the ones with the wrestling dudes. They didn't.
We don't like those wrestling dudes.
They didn't have the right number of limbs.
They were spidery
from the deep.
Okay. Let's move through. So, Elena, the Black Paw, the Black Hand. You have chosen the Playbook Hound. You have not chosen a heritage yet. So, what do you think for your heritage?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
So, there are Skovlanders who are like from a very sort of oppressed northern settlement. Severosi are wild horsemen type people. Tycherosi are like devils.
Can I just like put a question mark there?
I think we got to pick it.
Oh, is that?
Let's just go with Akaros because that's like the default.
I was, because she's an orphan. She's raised by wolves. She doesn't know where she came from.
But I think people would be able to tell this sort of based on your appearance.
I guess. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, there was some that were like the pictures. Okay, sorry. Nope. There was some background that you were suggesting earlier about roving gangs or something. Was that not the background?
Well, so she sort of grew up in the Deathlands.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like you still need to assign one more action dot.
Right. Yeah, so I started with 2 in hunt and 1 in survey. I got prowl and skirmish and command. I don't know that any of the other resolve. I mean, like, she's not attuned with the spirits.
I don't know. The way that you have talked about it, surviving in the Deathlands and having this sort of mystical connection to wolves, that is kind of attuned. Doing that sort of thing.
I mean, I don't like so. Her like theories about wolves might just be totally made up.
Okay.
I'm imagining like a lot of the stuff that she says about wolves is largely unconfirmed.
Cool. Yeah. Well, we'll discover that as we tell the story. That kind of thing.
Okay. But like she's not. I don't know that. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
So I don't like consort. I don't know that she has a ton of strong connections. And probably not Sway. She's not she's not a super charismatic sort.
So your background would suggest to me.
I mean, like maybe study. Maybe a point in study.
Whatever you think is appropriate. But this whole background of surviving in the Deathlands for a long time suggests to me survey, prowl, skirmish, and attune.
So like a second pip in one of those, maybe?
Yeah, you can get a second. You can get up to 2 in this character creation phase.
What is prowl? Prowl about unseen. She'd be like sneaky. Backstab, throat cutting, blackjack. Actually, I kind of ambush. You know what? I kind of like that. That's like wolves.
Yep.
Wolves jumping.
Prowl is a very wolf-like word.
Let's do that. Let's go with prowl.
I love it.
2 pips.
Next, choose a special ability.
I was thinking survivor. She's immune.
Okay.
She lived.
Oh yeah, perfect.
Lived in the Badlands.
And you get +1 stress box.
That's
That's amazing.
That's cool.
Where are your stress boxes? Does that actually show up on here when you do that?
I don't know.
1, 2, 3, 4.
There's just I don't know. I just clicked it.
Well, I think that you will have to keep track of that on your own. It looks like this sheet does not make that happen. So normally a normal character would have 9 stress boxes. If you look near the top, just underneath of your name and your name and that info. So just make sure to keep track that you actually have 10 of those boxes.
Okay.
If we were doing this with paper and pencil, we would just draw another box on there.
Right.
But that's incredibly useful. Having that extra stress box is a huge advantage. Just at the mechanics of the game. So perfect. Choose a close friend and also a rival.
Where is
Steiner and assassin, lower right-hand corner. Steiner and assassin, Celine a sentinel, Melvir a physiker, Valeris a spy, Casta a bounty hunter, or some other. So if we're going to go with that backstory that I suggested, what if
maybe one of her, I don't know, rivals is someone from the Lightning. What's it?
Exactly, the Sparkwrights.
The Sparkwrights.
Let's make up a name for the Sparkwright who's your rival, who like you completely messed up their research.
Yeah.
Let's say
I like that.
Steve. No.
Oh, and like he's this Sparkwright is kind of onto her. Like he's been following, like the murder of the retired dean. He was like, wait, this is suspicious.
Right.
And he's been like following these like crimes that she's been committing.
Like that crazy guy in that Star Wars TV show.
Yeah.
This is perfect.
Guy.
Or like
how about
Dib from
Talker?
Zib.
Talker.
Talker. Where do I put this?
What does Talker look like? Can we
I
give
put
like,
it in.
Can we say anything about Talker's appearance, or is that for later?
He looks like the inspector from what was that called? The Star Wars TV show that just came out. It's the Heist Job TV show.
Oh,
all right.
Okay.
Andor.
Next, Andor. He looks like the inspector from Andor.
We need an ally
that
for you.
guy.
What about a Deathlands scavenger?
Yeah,
Who's a special friend?
that probably makes as much sense as anything.
How about a name?
Oh, there was one of those on Cell's sheet. We just used that. No, not Cell. Somewhere I thought I saw that. Maybe not.
Dude, man. There's a pig in there that has too many heads. I'm just throwing. I'm just gonna point that out.
All right, let's come up with a name. We got to come up with a name.
Anyway.
Cobb.
Yeah. I don't know what he does.
Cobb, a Deathlands scavenger.
Yeah.
Who's your ally? Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, sure. That's what that works.
Your vice.
I went with the faith archetype.
Okay.
And it's her wolves.
Okay.
She does wolf things.
Okay. One detail that we need for this is where in the city this is located. Where do you have to go to indulge this vice?
Can I go to the Deathlands?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be the Deathlands then. She goes to the Deathlands.
Oh, because she can survive there.
Right.
And
You're
that's
immune to the poisonous miasma of the Deathlands.
And that's where the wolves are.
Yeah.
She has to go hang out with wolves sometimes.
This is awesome. I am into it. I'm going to close down the character sheets here, and we're going to try and see if we can do a score. So I'm interested in hearing about what kinds of jobs you guys do.
So I think we're hunters, right?
You carry out
killers.
assassinations.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially things that will cause friction between other factions. Like,
you know what? Actually, if you
not for us, but for the factions
right.
to each other. Yeah.
Let me just explain something that you guys might want to know when you're
Corpo hit jobs.
thinking about what kind of stuff that you might want to do. One thing to keep in mind is if you look at the Farkash Renyi, the crew sheet,
Mm-hmm.
on the left, about in the middle, you see there's like a square that says layer, and there's a bunch of squares with words on them like training rooms, vice den, fixer, informants, etc. So all those things are like turf that you can get, but you have to like do a score to get it. Okay. So right now you're paying a tithe every time that you do a score. You're going to have to pay. You're going to have to pay the Leviathan hunters. If you do a score to get your own turf, and we mark off one of the turf squares on this sheet, on your crew sheet, you don't have to do that anymore. You'll have your own turf.
Okay.
I believe that's what it is. And you see how they're connected. The boxes are connected to each other. Like if you pick the turf on the right, you can then do another score that would get you informants, which would give you an extra die to gather information rolls, etc. So you can work your way around this sheet. The rules specifically say that this is not set in stone. If the narrative works out to get you something else as a result of some other score, we can give it to you. But like if you happen to pick up victim trophies somewhere, as a result of a score, even if it's not connected to something that you already have, you can get it. It's fine. This is held with a loose hand. It's subordinate to the story. But this is there if you want, if you're ambitious, if you really are ambitious, you're going to want turf.
I think so.
So that's one thing to think about. But also, there are lots of different jobs you can do. Anybody have any ideas?
I mean, let's kill somebody.
I would like to hunt.
Who do you
Instead
think
of
is
sit
going to...
around and talk about this all day?
Who do you think would pay you to kill somebody?
Let's go to our benefactor. The lady.
Iramina.
Iramina, yeah.
Okay.
Who's she gonna set us to kill? She is
Let's
the enemy of the Foundation.
Or, I mean, I'd like to kill it. I mean, messing with the spark rights. I'm game for that too.
Do we know who the enemies of the Foundation are? Or the spark rights?
Yeah.
I would like to tell the lady who I want to kill instead of sit around and wait for the lady to tell me who to kill. So how about we maybe walk around, find out who we want to kill, who's maybe also there's a reason she wants us to kill. We make it look like, but boom, really we get to do whatever we want the whole time.
I want to find an enemy of the Foundation so that we can kill them. You can drink the blood, and we can pin it on the Foundation. Or Iramina can pay us.
Right.
Yes.
And we get the souls.
Good.
Right.
Yeah, this is good.
See, I think we're going to be really powerful because of the synergy. Yes. Because it's always coming back to the synergy with us.
Awesome. So, so say this again. What are you thinking?
We find an enemy of the Foundation. We kill the man or the lady, I don't care. But we take the body to the Foundation so they believe that the Bluecoats believe that the Foundation has made the killing. Iramina pays us because she hates those guys.
You promised me spark rights.
Yeah.
When do I get my spark rights? I am here to do work for you.
Just saying, maybe we go do a little legwork. We walk around, check out the spark rights business, see if maybe there's a place where they're treading on our ladies' priorities, and we come back with some intel and the juicy
We can do both. Hey, we kill a spark right. We take the body to the Foundation.
Okay.
It's no problem.
Okay.
Everybody is happy now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm telling you, boys, we're going to be
this spark rights.
Farkashrednya, going places. Wolfpack.
Okay, so the first thing that we have to come up with for this score. So I think we're, it's not, let's do a scene with Lady Irina. What's her name?
Iramina.
Is somebody going to go see her? So let's say she lives in a house in Bright Place. Yeah, Josh.
So maybe I was not being clear. The Kel was trying to say, what if we go do a scene where we go out and we try to dig up some kind of good, juicy, likely candidate for the Lady Iramina to send us after, so that we look good, right? Like we're not just showing up and saying, "Hey, we're bored. Can we go do something for you?"
This is perfect.
Yeah.
This is a this is something called a gather information roll, which I thought I had I thought I had the sheet up for it already. But let me see.
Especially if it's a spark rate for Elena.
Yeah, perfect. So if you're going to be to gather information, you have to go and you're going to go and walk around. So that sounds to me like surveying or prowling. Is one of you going to do that?
Who's a good surveyor?
I'm a good prowler.
I'm not the info guy.
I have survey and he has prowl, so can we use those together?
How about this? We can do both of them in order, and we will do. Dave, what's your character's name?
Elena.
Why am I dumb? So Elena can do a survey roll, and that will set you up for your prowl roll.
Her prowl is higher than her survey. Does that matter?
If we wanted to, there are ways to more explicitly work together if we're on a score, but it involves somebody taking stress. And I think you don't want to. I'm not going to charge you stress for this. So,
okay.
So we can just, and I also can't give you two gather information rolls. It's just one gather information roll. So the rules are kind of like, one of you rolls one of these things, whichever you would like it to be.
I mean, I've got 2 prowl pips.
Okay.
If I can use my better skill, that I guess it seems like that'd be good.
Yeah. So,
what do I roll?
You're Elena.
Mm-hmm.
You know what you can do? If you go to, we don't have to do it this way, but if you go to the chat and you type /roll 2d6.
And roll 2d6. Nope. 2d6. Oh, there we go. I got a 7.
So we don't care about what they are added together.
Oh, I got 5 and 2.
We care about the highest number that you rolled.
I got a 5.
The highest number you rolled is a 5. That is a medium success. So it's not an unqualified success. So I think that you prowled around. You're very familiar with the lightning barriers, and you're very familiar with like ways in and out and around them. Mm-hmm. And you're looking for a spark rate target here. And
right.
What you find is normally these towers have pretty good security, but you go all the way around the city prowling, and you find a lightning barrier where it's sort of built into an old wall, and a lot of the lightning barriers are standalone structures, but for this one, because of the geography, like it's near the river and there's like a cliff that's sort of eroding away. So the best place that they could put it was like in this old wall. And there's actually like a way in that you found. So you can get past the guards and the door and the lock on the door to get into this spark rate tower if you want. And then once you kill somebody and get the body, you can just this will not necessarily be easy. You'll have to dump it at the Yeah, that's another question. So that's your target. You find a way that you can kill a spark rate with a minimum of effort or minimum of danger, right? Because they will be in this tower monitoring their equipment, and you can get in this way. The next thing, I think we should do another gather
sorry,
information
real quick.
roll.
The Spark Right, that's the faction that we already don't like, and it's these guys that are like the union.
The idea is that we're going to stir up trouble for our benefactors' enemies,
right?
By murdering a spark rate and trying to pin it on the foundation.
Right. We're trying to be proactive. Yeah.
Right. The foundation, I think I know.
We're drumming up some business.
They have a particular base, don't they? I think they're based in the Centralia Club. What? Oh boy. Okay. So I'm going to say I thought that they were based in the Centralia Club. Oh, but that's not them. That's the Circle of Flame. Sorry. Okay. So the foundation, somebody else, one of you, while she is out scouting out a possibility for a victim, one of the others of you, probably Kel, go and scout out, do another information gathering roll to find the place to leave the body to try and pin it on the foundation.
Okay, so could I use a tune to like use the ghost field to like look for a really, really clever place that's a cavity to stash the body, or I don't know, look into the ghost field to try to find some spot where nobody can see, but I'm looking into the ghost field, that kind of thing?
In what way does what you're looking for have to do with the spirit world?
I think it's looking at hidden spaces, like using spirit sight to like look through walls and look for a place where there's
okay, but how would a hidden space help you pin a crime on somebody?
I thought you were talking about hiding a body specifically.
So the objective, I thought the objective of this mission was to kill somebody and then pin it on the foundation. So this second gather information roll is for you to try and find out a way to pin it on the foundation.
Gotcha. Okay. So can I do that with something like survey by trying to like literally go out, walk around town, figure out what the major industry is, like talk to people, do some reconnaissance?
Perfect.
So yeah, I think he,
Yeah, you can go ahead and roll survey.
Yeah, I mean, he just kind of walks around and starts asking, who's doing business in town, what's, all that stuff. Okay. So to do that, because I have one die in it, that means that I'm rolling 2d6.
1d6.
Just
1d6. Yep.
Oofta doofta. Okay. And wow, there's nothing that I can do to improve that. Okay.
I mean, I will let you... I mean, this normally on an information gathering roll, this is not really the game. This is just us setting up the game.
Oh, wait. Sorry. Hang on. How about this? What if, now that we've figured out who we want to pin it on, excuse me, can I do this? Can I make an attune roll to try to use the ghost field to like do some sort of like listening to this guy's thoughts by like being around the corner, like looking at him, being able to like read his thoughts and like use that to get enough intel to create a scenario where it's like I can actually make it look like it was him because I know where he's going to be, that kind of stuff.
Mind reading. I think this is not. Yeah, I mean, why not? I think you'll have to roll to. So this is sort of like you don't really have a target for this, right? So I think for you to walk around places, so you're saying like you're trying to find. No, actually, I do not understand how this helps you pin a crime on the foundation.
Okay, how about this? If I succeed on a survey roll or a study roll to pick a mark, will you let me do a attune roll to try to come up with some sort of actual scheme where I like follow him around, listen to his thoughts, learn his schedule?
If that scheme has to do with the ghost field.
Well, you just using the well, this is the conversation, right? How can he use the ghost field? Can you use the ghost field to try to?
I mean, the ghost field is not normally involved when somebody pins a crime on somebody else. The ghost field is normally involved like when a ghost possesses somebody, or if you're trying to like see spiritual imprints of crimes that were committed in the past. If you have to make a case for how the ghost field is involved in this thing that you want to do. I think that naturally this ought to be survey or consort.
Okay, then I'll do consort, because I think that in terms of storyline and like character, what my character would do is probably use consort to try to go around and like talk his way through the city, glad handing people, pressing flesh, asking questions. You know, he's a hunter. He likes to be out on the streets.
Okay.
Okay, there you go.
No, you have to type /roll 1d6.
No.
There you go. Okay, so that is a failure. So you are able to find that probably the location that the foundation is involved in that has the least security would be a museum that they operate. There's a museum in what's that? I have to be better at the names and the map of this place.
Charter Hall?
Yeah, there's a museum in Charter Hall, which is, after all, your hunting ground. And it is operated covertly by the Foundation. And if you find a way to drop a body there, it's possible that the Bluecoats will pin it on them, especially if you make it look like they were trying to hide the body.
Yeah, maybe a stakeout is in order.
Ooh, I like that.
You want to stake out this museum in
Charter Hall?
In Charter Hall? Okay. I think that is a score. I should bring up. I know that there's a Blades in the Dark score checklist. Come on.
So there's the planning and engagement section. Is that
Right.
Did you find that?
Yeah. So we need to make an engagement roll, but first we need to pick the detail. So what this should be an easy score. No, it's not a score just to stake a place out, is it?
Yeah. So I was looking at the I think that was a failed roll. So it said
Yeah.
when you're gathering information, a failed roll means it just takes more time if the time is available. So I was suggesting that
Sure.
the next step, he figured out that this museum is good. The next step would be a stakeout, and that would be another day instead of getting it all done in one day.
Yeah, sure. So somebody make a
Somebody with survey probably should do a stakeout.
yes, yeah, do a stakeout with survey.
I've got one.
I do
survey.
not have that.
So
I'm
Cell
useless
goes
in
and
the
gets
planning and engagement
Sylvia. Sorry, not Sylvia. Elena.
Silvana?
Kel goes and gets Elena. And Elena, you tell the others that you have found a really good spot to try and murder a spark ray.
Yeah.
And Kel tells you that he has found a spot, a museum that is widely known that it's operated by the Spark Rights.
Or the foundation.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the foundation. So go ahead and roll survey, which is your 1d6 per dot in survey.
Okay. Boop. I got it too.
Another failure. I think at this point we have to do something called cut to the action, which is something that I'm supposed to do as the GM if we're stuck in a rut, which is we start the score. You guys just weren't able to find very good information for this part of the score, and it'll make it more difficult. We can't keep rolling the same thing all night. So what we have to do is supply a detail for this plan. So is this going to be assault, do violence to a target, deception, lure, trick, or manipulate, stealth, to trespass unseen, occult, which is to engage a supernatural power, social, negotiate, bargain, or persuade, or transport, which is to carry cargo or people through danger? I would say this looks like either assault or stealth.
Yeah. Our purpose is to probably figure out what we got to do. Like a good place to actually do the stash of the body. We weren't able to just look and see.
Right.
So we got to get inside there. But it's a museum. We can go in. But I guess we got to get inside without anybody noticing us, so that later they don't think, oh, it was those assassin dudes that were in here the other day.
Yeah, I think that staking out a museum, there's who's going to pay you to do this? It's not really a score. The score is the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing that you know that your patron will pay you something for.
Okay.
So I think that the score is kill a spark ray.
Yeah,
take the body to this museum and dump it.
Do X with it. Dump it, but we don't have a good place to dump it in the museum. So we got to figure that out.
Yeah.
But the museum's a good place to put it. But
and the thing is that when you get there, you'll be able to figure it out at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And to us, it will be on the fly. But actually, you will have done this planning beforehand. We don't do the planning now. We plan it. We pretend like we've did the planning already when we're in the score. So now we're jumping to the score. I am exercising my GM's prerogative to cut to the action. And we have to choose choose between assault and stealth. So whether the main thing you're doing is assaulting this lightning barrier tower, or whether the main thing you're doing is sneaking into this lightning barrier tower.
The tower and not the person that we're going to kill.
Yeah, if you pick assault, it will be
like raid the place.
So
like kick in the door and go.
Okay. So I'm thinking assault, like because we were like
it's out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, like it's on the edge of the Deadlands, and like she found like a weakness in the, she found a place where like security was poor.
Yeah,
and
so we're gonna just go through the security.
Let's just like this is a spot, like we don't need stealth. Like this is a spot that
perfect.
Let's break it.
So we're gonna do assault. So that the detail we have to supply for assault is the point of attack. The point of attack is going to be this security weakness in the in this tower.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Right.
Okay, so each of you. Sorry.
Are we still trying to? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Keep going.
The next thing is loadout. Each of you pick your loadout: light, normal, or heavy.
But we got that rigging.
Keep in mind that after this, you still have to transport this body through the city. So there are ways to do this, but also we have assassin's rigging, which gives you +2 to this. But everybody has to say at this point what your loadout is. I don't know if there's a place to put it on the sheet. Oh yeah, there is.
Yeah.
So go ahead and check on your sheet the loadout that you are choosing.
So normal, we look like scoundrels.
Normal, you look like scoundrels.
What?
Light, you don't look like scoundrels. Heavy, you look like scoundrels who are going to war.
Guy. Yeah.
Where is this? Where is this?
On your
look on your character sheet, right under the word hound.
Oh, load, light, normal. We're not trying to be stealthy. So
well, no, when we carry the body though,
you are going to have to transport this body.
Yeah.
To the museum and dump it without people knowing that it was us that did it. So I'm thinking light for that reason.
It's each of you can have a different role in this.
That's true. Oh, that's true.
So it may be that one of you wants to go in heavy to do the fighting, and then maybe you stay in the background during the transport phase. But we're not doing that planning now. But each of you should think about it a little bit.
Okay. Well, I mean, we can communicate with, like, I would say, hey, I'm going to go in heavy because I'm the heavy. And Prowly Girl might go light so that, I'm going to go heavy so that we can bust up whatever happens.
Prowly Girl wants to kill people.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so pick one.
I did not sign on just to be your pack mule.
Yeah, I'll go in heavy too.
Okay.
Is anybody going light? Because I can go light if nobody else wants to. Is anybody... David, you're going heavy?
I thought the girl was going to go light. Alanya.
She's resisting. She doesn't want to be a pack mule. I will carry the body.
She's saying she's going to go in light. She doesn't want to be the pack mule.
No, she
wants to do the killing. Is what Elena is saying. So I'll go light and I'll carry the body to the museum. Got it.
Okay.
Done.
Okay. Awesome.
I'm light, and you guys can go heavy.
Great. I love it. Next is a very important roll. This is the engagement roll. You start with 1 die, and we get +1. Is this operation particularly bold or daring? I think it is.
Yep.
The plan's detail exposes a vulnerability to the target or hits them where they're weakest. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
That's exactly it.
Friends or contacts provide aid or insight. I think we didn't do that.
Well, wait.
Target is a lower.
Didn't we have? Okay, never mind. We didn't use a
Yeah,
contact.
you didn't talk to any of your friends or contacts
it
to
was
plan this.
Also, the consort action was a fail, so I think that would count, right? If it had gone as a bonus. Oh, this is for the assault on the tower part. Yeah, never mind.
It's for the whole thing, but
Okay.
I mean, I guess for the future, this planning
I mean,
planning. What am I trying to say? When you're coming up with a score, making use of your friends and contacts is a good idea.
I mean, I've got a
we
friend.
didn't do that.
One of my friends is a Deathland scavenger. Like, I could get him to help us somehow. Maybe, I don't know.
I think we already didn't though.
Oh
Yeah, we already didn't.
Oh.
So target is not a lower tier. And what is district modifiers? I don't know. Target is a higher tier, so we're going to subtract a die for that. Okay, so one of you go ahead and roll 2d6. This is the fortune roll.
I got it. Oh, I got a 3. Or a 1 and a 2.
All right.
Well, I rolled
So-
a 5, and I thought I was rolling.
So a LT rolled first. 1 to 3 is a bad result. You're in a desperate position when the action starts. So we cut to the action, and what happens is the three of you bust. There's a broken down door, right, and it's on the outside, so nobody thinks. None of the Sparkrights think we have to keep this door in good repair. It's not even really, you think that this is a completely vulnerable spot, right? And it's not even accessible from within the city. So Elena helps you go through the Deadlands just a little bit, just like outside of the city through the lightning barrier a little bit, and then back in to be able to get to this door. And you bust through the rotted timbers of this door, and you go into this dirty sort of stone room at the bottom of this tower, sort of in the foundations. And you walk in there, and right there is there are 2 blue coats just in the room where you thought nobody would even know that there was anything. Or actually, maybe you did know that there would be blue coats here. But this is the obstacle you encounter. So what do you do to address this?
Let's see.
And since this is sort of our first roll, let me mention a number of things that you can do.
Okay.
The way this works is that I sort of give you a challenge in the narrative, and you tell me how you're going to address it, and then I tell you what that role is going to look like. And if you don't like what that role looks like, you can pick another way to address it. And eventually we come up with a role to negotiate how this scene plays out. You can do things like take 2 stress to push yourself to get an extra die. You can you can trade effect level for number of dice. You can help each other, which is where one of you takes stress to help another one of you by adding +1 die. Maybe we propose devil's bargains. And you can also do something called a group action. Group action is very special. In a group action, it doesn't even mean anything to say a group action is very special. A group action is a way for you to transmogrify risk into stress. So one of you says, I'm going to lead this group action, and you will take stress for your teammates' failures at that action. You all roll the same action. You get the highest result of all of your rolls together. So you're much more likely to succeed. But the leader takes stress according for each failure.
Uh-huh.
So that's teamwork. What are you going to do? Bluecoats. There are cops in here.
They aren't. So they're not our target. The cops aren't our target.
Right.
They're not.
So like, what if we did something? I mean, so I don't know. I'm just looking at my skills and like maybe command, like try to intimidate them. Does Arvos? Does he have
Arva.
Arva? Does he have anything in command? Yeah, he's got
I
command.
have some command.
Yeah, and I've got command. So like maybe we're like, I don't know, like y'all really don't want to be here right now or something.
So, yeah, and
Okay,
can I
this-
use my attune ability to like do some sort of like subsonic ghost scream behind them so that their combined fury is like can we combine our efforts in that way where like all three of us do something collaboratively?
You can combine your efforts, but it has to be the same skill.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Well, so
What?
the two of us, like LT
So
and I
what do we
both
want?
have
What do we
command.
want from these guys?
I
We want
also
them
have
to
command.
lay down or something
Oh,
so that
yeah.
we can knock them.
Yeah, so
We want them to lay down so we can tie them up.
how about just like walk away?
Just
Like,
threaten
well,
them and
but-
tell them to go.
Yeah,
But
like
their options for walking away are further in where they can warn people, or out into the Deathlands, which they're probably not going to want to do. I think we gotta like either get them to lie down and tie them up and
Yeah.
gag them, or
Okay.
well, but then people will know. So they're witnesses. That's the other thing.
yeah. I mean like
So another thing that you can do, that you have this power, is you can do a flashback. So the rules specifically say that the rules of the game do not distinguish between the past and the present.
Mhm.
So you can make a roll that happened yesterday to set yourself up for success in this scenario.
Aha.
So for instance, you can, one of the examples of this is make a roll to find out who these guys are and talk to them beforehand in some way. I don't think you could bribe them because you don't have money right now.
maybe
But
like
this is an option. You
Okay,
don't
well-
have to deal with this right now in the moment. You can also come up with a way that
Have
you've planned
dealt
for
with it.
this.
yeah, so like what if we like in the past like we leaned really hard on I don't know like the chief or something and he was
Does the city council have influence over the Bluecoats?
They do.
Because our
They
patron
do.
for this mission is in good with the city council.
Okay. Yeah. So we can.
She can lean on the chief.
Okay.
And
Yes.
and
So which one of you would like to go and talk to her about this? You're going to do a flashback.
Is this going to be a role thing where we?
Yeah, you're going to have to roll to consort with her.
Okay, my
Yeah, I
consort
don't-
is 0.
mine is also 0.
Mine is 1.
Got it. You're
I
you're
would be
the
happy to talk
the
to
ladies'
our
council.
lady.
Yeah.
Good
So
job.
I think that this is going to be
make sure
one
she,
stress
make sure
to
they
do the
post-
flashback,
Okay.
and then so
And-
So where's my
I'm gonna
stress meter? Where do I track that?
so right under the words vice/purveyor.
So she's going to lean on the chief to
hang
put
on.
some
Upper left
friendly
says
Bluecoats
blades in the dark. Below that, name, look, heritage, vice purveyor, then the word stress.
There we go. Got it. So I have
Yep.
to take 1 stress.
Yep, take 1 stress
Okay,
for this.
got it.
For this, and then so I'm going to say that when you while you guys were failing to figure out what to do about this, well, we won't say you're failing because you might end up having succeeded.
Yeah.
While the others were working on something else, you went to this lady's house. It's sort of it's a mansion, but it's falling into disrepair a little bit. I think maybe you guys feel a little bit of kinship with her because you live in this burned out, ruined mansion, and her mansion is maybe not in the very best condition. Like, I think her power is maybe more political and less financial, right? So you find her behind her desk. She is writing in some kind of she's like writing a letter on like a wooden desk. There's like a big window behind her. Kel.
Sorry. My lady. What is sorry, I was totally thinking about three things at once and I lost the thread.
So right now, the movie has gone like this so far. You guys do a little bit of planning. You find a way that you are currently trying to find a spark rate to murder, and then you're going to try and blame that murder on the Foundation. The Foundation has a museum. The spark rates, you found a weakness in their tower because of a successful prowl roll in the information gathering stage.
I am so sorry. I know this is super rude. Give me just 1 second. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay.
So the movie has gone like this. The three of you, two of you loaded down with obviously criminal gear, and one of you dressed like a normal person, bust down this door in the very close to the Deathlands. There were like, the camera can see behind you like ravening, toothy ghosts, like trying to get at you, but they keep getting vaporized by this lightning shield. And you are breaking into the tower for the building underneath of one of the towers that generates this lightning field because you want to kill one of the operators to cause trouble between the two factions. That will help Lady Irimina. And you see in there are two bluecoats, police officers, apparently guarding the place. So, freeze frame. We flash back to the day before, where Kel is going to meet with Lady Irimina in her offices.
And she's trying to convince... You're trying to get her to convince the chief to put friendly bluecoats in who will just kind of ignore us and never saw us
I
there.
gotcha. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My lady, I need to ask a small favor of you to pull off a thing that will be of big help. If you could possibly have somebody put a couple of dummies who could look the other way when we get into the back door of the bottom level, that would, they would get us off to a good foot. We could have time to accomplish what we need to before alerting suspicion.
Perfect. Now, you're going to make a roll. Let me suggest something, because I know this is a consort roll. You have one dot in consort. That's one die. this is a big roll. So I would suggest you can push yourself, which would cost you 2 stress, and you would get another die. Right now, this is I'm going to say that this is risky standard. Actually, you know what? This is not risky. This is controlled standard. She's on your side. She wants this to happen. So this is controlled standard. There's not really a risk if she says no to this to you. So position is controlled and risk is standard. You can take 2 stress to push yourself and get an extra die, or you could also ask me for a devil's bargain.
Can I ask you for a devil's bargain after taking stress?
No. It's either you push yourself for the extra die, or you take a devil's bargain for the extra die.
Well, I already took the stress, so I'm going to take the stress and roll 2d6.
Cool. Roll it. All right, so you got a 4.
Okay.
That's a mixed success. So she says, what does a mixed success look like here? She says, well, goodness, these bribes, I can do it, I'm afraid, but I will have to bribe them, and that is going to come out of the coin that I'll be able to pay you for this job. So it would have been 4. But I think that with this bribe, it will only be 2. So yes, I can do this for you, but I'm not going to be able to do it for free.
No.
So and because that was called a consequence, right? And you can resist any consequence. What that looks like in this case is where are you? That's not you. Here you are. So what resisting looks like is you would roll your, I believe that this would actually be a really good resistance roll for you, because you would be rolling resolve to resist this, and you have 4 dots in resolve. So you would be rolling 4d6. So basically, for you to say, I resist this, right?
I resist this.
You say, I'm going to resist that consequence. And what happens is you take 6 stress, and then you roll resolve, which in your case is 4d6. The highest result of that die, you get that much stress back. So the cost of resisting is 6 minus your roll for whatever it is. Does that make sense?
I can roll higher than 6 by rolling 2 6s, right?
Well, you're going to roll 4.
Not for this. The best you can do is 0. Yeah. But you're going to roll 4d6s, and if one of them is a 6, it costs you 0. If the highest one is a 5, it costs you 1. So, are you going to resist?
Yeah, I am.
You don't have to.
I
okay.
Am. So I roll 2, 5, 5, 3.
Awesome. So, yeah. So take 1 more point of stress because you rolled a 5.
Okay.
And the thing that I said, where she says, "Oh, actually, this costs, and we'll have to lower the payment from 4 coin to 2 coin to cover the bribe." That does not actually happen. You're gonna get 4 coin from this.
But I'm already up to 4 stress. Nice.
But you
Okay.
are already up to 4 stress. So
And we're off.
we cut back to the action. You guys walk into there, and Kel, you see these 2 blue coats, and you give them a secret password that Lady Iramina gave you, and they say, "Oh, right, Gov. I think it's time for me donut break. I'm going to. We'll just be off then. Have a very nice day, gents." And they turn around and they walk up the stairs, and you don't see them anymore.
I guess I follow them in the direction that they're going and
Okay.
stick my head out that way. But I'm going to do that with. I don't.
Yeah. So
you know
the
what?
3 of you guys
I'm going
are
to
gonna
wait for my friend to use hunt or prowl or something.
Well, let's see what you guys are going to do next. So the 3 of you are here. You've gotten you've passed this first obstacle.
Well, that was convenient. Let's find the operator.
Let's find the what?
The operator. The guy we're murdering.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this tower is a very simple construction.
Mhm.
Actually, what is her name?
Elena.
Elena. I'm bad with names. Gosh, I'm sorry, guys. Elena is the Black Hand. You spent some time with the Sparkrights in the past. It was not good time for you. It didn't end well, but you know a little bit about this stuff. So you know that this tower is one of the older towers. It's one of the weaker towers. It's not really up to current standards, but it's a lot like a lighthouse. There's just going to be some spiral stairs that go up, and there's going to be one big room. Each of these is equipped with a generator. So as you emerge from the basement, you come up into the into sort of the main area of this tower, and you see there is a machine with like glass tubes in a steel casement that is like humming and throbbing and like glowing with electroplasmic energy, and there are some tubes that run all the way up to the top of this tower. And you can also see that there are a bunch of like big barrels here, like these big metal barrels that are full of the fuel for this tower. So periodically, somebody is going to have to come down the stairs and take one of these barrels, and like you see one of the barrels is already hooked up to the machine, and there's a couple empty barrels and like supplies of fresh barrels there. So this is the stuff that the Leviathan hunters go out to slay demons to get. This is refined demon blood. The refining doesn't happen here. It actually happens in Scoveland. And so, Lemmer, you would be familiar with that process.
So like would our operator would periodically come down here and get the stuff. Yeah. All right. So I guess we get to that room, and Elena.
But there's also stairs that go up, and that that the operator is probably on the top floor monitoring the instruments.
So like I don't. So I'm thinking maybe as as part of her scouting, she kind of knows the routine and whatnot, and they've got the timing down, and so she's she tells them, she kind of explains like this is the generate. This is the room with the generate. This is the fuel room. They're gonna have to refuel soon, so we wait here. He'll be down and the checks her watch or whatever. the operator will be down in 2 minutes. This is the we can ambush him together here, and this is the best place that I found to catch this guy. He'll be here in 5. I don't know, something like that.
Okay. Yeah. So that is great. I think that seems like a that seems like if you're going to try and like take him unawares.
Yeah, she'd use her prowl skill, I guess.
Yeah.
She's got ambush. She's got 2 pips in it.
Yep. So I think what this is this is going to be Elena leading a prowl action. And what that looks like is all 3 of you roll prowl, and then Elena will take stress for each of your failures, but you'll take the highest result.
Be careful of the barrels. The demon blood is very dangerous.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. So prowl / roll 1d6. Yeah. Okay. Ooh.
All right. So we got one
Sorry.
failure from Lemmer.
All right.
These
I
virtual
got-
dice aren't any better than the real ones.
I got
Oh no.
We got another failure from
All right.
Kel.
I got 2d6. I got a 6.
Okay.
Ooh, fancy.
So
Coming out strong, baby.
So, Elena, go ahead and take 2 stress
Okay.
on your character sheet there.
Beep boop.
And then, lucky that you got a 6 there, because that means that this is an unqualified success.
Which is, by the way, the only thing that can overturn. If you had rolled a 2, 3, 4, or 5, we would have critically failed.
No, a 4 or 5
Right.
would have been a mixed success.
Oh, I thought that if like the majority of the dice are like
No, we just take the
one
highest
less than-
number.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
never
we
mind.
just take the
Sorry.
highest number for all of them. I believe that's how it works.
Yeah.
So this is great. She comes down, and this is just like this is not the
other
most incredibly smart spark, right?
The other 2 haven't hidden very well. And she like panics. And Elena real smoothly sneaks up behind her and just bam.
Yeah.
While they're sort of like in the confusion that results, and she turns to the others and she just shakes her head.
So she falls unconscious down the stairs, and you hear a sickening crack as her neck breaks. And you have on your hands a dead body.
It's dead. She's dead.
She's
Kel,
dead.
Do you want
You're going to sneak up behind her
to do
and
anything
do
with the body?
Yeah, I'm gonna slit her throat and take I don't know, draw a wolf's head on the wall with the blood.
Sorry,
So,
for what I should have done, we did that wrong. Let me go back a little bit
Okay.
and do it right.
Okay.
I didn't say some formal words that I was supposed to say before we did that roll. It was a standard roll. Your position was risky, and the effect was standard. So standard effect means you do what you meant to do. Risky position means that if you fail to do it, there are consequences. So that was risky standard. You succeeded with a 6. So there aren't consequences, and you did what you tried to do.
Yeah.
Sorry, I need to don't let me let you make a roll without me saying those 2 things. We have to establish those before we make rolls.
What was that? Position and effect?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
But great.
Yeah, I'm going to help Elena drawing the wolf's head. I think hides the kill from the crows.
Yes.
So when we draw the wolf's head with the blood, it makes it invisible to the crows.
Ooh, nice.
Kel would like to, as quickly as he needs to move to try to do this, capture the soul of the person.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So can
awesome.
I use a tune to try to use this device, this crystal,
exactly
this spirit bottle?
Yeah. So go ahead and you do roll a tune for that. It is going to be risky standard. There's nothing either more or less risky about this than any other type of ghost stuff you might do.
There's a whole bunch of demon blood in here.
Do go ahead and mark off the spirit bottles on your load. Also, Kel, I don't see your load marked on your character sheet right now. Didn't you went in heavy?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so
and also mark off spirit bottles, and go ahead and roll a tune. This is risky standard. If you want to get help or do anything else, you have all that stuff available.
Yeah, if I can get anybody to help me with that, that'd be great. So I've got 2 in a tune.
So they would spend stress and give you an extra die on this.
I would do that because I'm worried about the demon blood going all explodey with all the electroplasmic energy zipping around.
Man, yeah. If you can spare
there is a lot of electroplasmic energy zipping around.
Elena's kind of ignoring it and busy making a mess of the body.
Okay, so Arvin is giving me a 1d6 on this. Okay,
and I'm
excellent.
taking the stress.
Yep.
So
great.
So
you can roll 3d6.
So I'm rolling 3d6.
Yep. Roll 3d6. This is risky standard. A 4, a 1, and a 2. Okay. So
Okay,
mixed success. You do succeed in getting you're able to get the spirit of this Sparkrite into one of your 2 spirit bottles. So
Okay.
Congratulations, you do have a spirit trapped. Useful thing. It's a valuable thing to have. Spirits it's a dangerous thing to have too. But something happens. So I think that your attunement and channeling this spirit into this spirit bottle, there's so much extra electroplasm here going around that help me out here, guys. Help me choose between there has to be a consequence because of the 4 that got rolled. It wasn't a 6.
It causes a fluctuation in the field that the tower is generating, and some ghosts get into town.
So, that's a good one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I like that. I was going to say either Josh takes some harm from all the there's too much electroplasm around here, and as he's trying to channel it, like some of this extremely concentrated electroplasm in the room like burns his mind, and just give him some harm for that. But that makes the day much more complicated if some ghosts get into town. Yeah. So I think that yeah, the working in the spirit field here in this room like disrupts the lightning field, and somebody just roll a d6. Let's roll a fortune roll to see whether it is
I've been rolling ones all night.
Or a lot of ghosts.
It's 4.
It's a 4? Okay. Yep. So I think 2 ghosts get in.
Okay.
But some ghosts get into town. I think we should say I should have said where on the map we actually are right now.
You mentioned it at the beginning, didn't you mention it somewhere?
Where's my map? I think that this is I this lightning tower is near 6 towers.
Okay.
I think like this is close to your home turf where you're doing this. So you have you feel this a sudden gap, and the lights outside the windows, like the flickering just stops for a second, and then it comes back on right away. But okay, yeah, I think that's fantastic. So got a dead body. You've got the person's spirit is in your spirit bottle. What's next?
All right, let's take the body over to the museum. Maybe I should go along. I don't know.
Yeah, so you need to transport this body through 6 towers to Charter Hall. You can basically you're near the water right now.
Mhm.
So if somebody was to there are lots of different ways you can do this, but somebody might want to do a flashback to get a boat or something. But you have lots of resources. Like, for instance, you have all kinds of equipment that you could mark off on your sheets. And also, like, anything that you want to do, you can flashback, and we can plan that.
I want to put them in a case, and then like drop off the case at the museum.
Oh, like a crate, like a wooden box.
Yeah, but like a large briefcase, like a duffel bag or something.
Like a carpet bag?
No, I mean, I
Yeah.
think for a second there, it sounded like you were saying we've got a way to make it look like.
Actually,
Oh.
no. Yeah, like what if you make it look like you're delivering an item to the
Mm-hmm.
like
I'm
doing a
doing
museum?
a delivery.
Yeah, it's like this is a box with a statue in it.
So
Okay.
subterfuge supplies.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll make it
I
a
think-
selection of blank documents, costume jewelry. Oh, that's maybe not so much that. A reversible and distinctive hat. A forged something.
So I don't think you
forged
can
badge
just
of
have.
office.
I don't think you can just have a box like this. But here's what I think you can do. I think it does the flashback to get a box. That's nothing. That costs 0 stress. You can do a flashback to make or buy a wooden box. There's tons of wooden boxes
That's like
around.
preparation.
That's not hard. But to get it somewhere where you can access it now, I think we didn't see you carrying it up to this
Yeah.
point. So you have to have put it somewhere where you can get it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that is going to take an
What
action
if-
roll.
What if we I mean like
Dude, we delivered donuts earlier. A lot of donuts.
or
For
stash
comedy
it
effect.
stash it in the Deadlands. I'll go pick it up. I'll go bring it in.
Mhm. Oh yeah, maybe you
But
just left a
it's
crate
not
there.
hard to get it out of this tower. The thing that you need to do is get it into the museum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
well, yeah, I mean like we're
Okay,
right on
so
the
so we have it
okay,
here.
so like we're right on the edge of the Deadlands. We could have just stashed the box, out there.
Oh, the box.
Yeah, the
The
Yeah.
box. Yeah, stash the box out in the Deadlands, and once we've got things wrapped up here, I'll go run grab the box.
Okay. Yeah, I think that actually this costs you guys nothing.
Okay.
Because I do feel like no, you know what? Arva, sorry, no, Elena. Elena is from the Deadlands.
I've got Survivor. I
You
can
took
just,
the Survivor special
come and
ability,
go.
so you can walk around safely in the Deadlands. Yeah, I think that this is a flashback, and this is a 0 cost flashback, just because this is stuff that you guys are totally set up to do. So Elena, as soon as Elena, cracks this woman on the head, she falls down, breaks her neck. Kel
We do the
is
wolf
doing like
sigil.
mystic, weird incantations. Elena ducks out the door that you came in and comes back like dragging this big like giant crate, this wooden box with like a lid and handles and stuff. And you guys,
not very big, because I have my butchering tools, and I will slice and dice and pack it in a very non-body sized package.
oh,
There we go.
I will use my blade or two.
Yep.
One of my load items to choppy
Great.
choppy.
Awesome.
We can use the blood to do the wolf sigil that
I'm gonna,
covers
ste-
from the crows.
I'm gonna steal some of his teeth.
Yeah.
Okay, I think
Readily pop a few of those out for you.
listen, Kel is also interested in what's going on here. Okay,
Yeah.
so I think the three of us actually have
all
this
three of them.
incredibly grotesque three wolves around a carcass, literally like
Okay. All right.
tugging and cutting
Yeah.
and like.
All right.
ripping
So
and
because
prying.
this is taking time,
Mhm.
I am going to ask for at least one of you to roll. You're in the middle of committing a murder. It is risky to spend time butchering the body, taking teeth out, doing all this stuff.
Yeah, I'll do that.
You did bribe the police, but still there was a flicker in the thing. This is you have to
that's
make.
true. Someone might come check up on
All right.
it.
Can
Yeah, so
Mr.
so there's
DM
an issue that someone comes to check, and if that happens, I'm going to start a clock.
Okay.
So somebody,
I'll do
what?
the
How
roll.
do you?
I think something like, I'm just working fast because I realize that something's gone wrong.
Yeah. So go ahead and I think this is like a finesse roll
Yeah, that's what I'm
to
thinking.
do all this quickly.
Yeah.
So this is going to be the finesse roll is risky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, risky standard.
Okay, risky standard.
Yeah.
Let's see. And what are the ways I can get more dice? Because I have
You
one.
can push yourself for 2 stress.
Aha.
Somebody can help you, and you would get 1 extra die, and they would take 1 stress.
I'll push myself.
You can also get more
no.
dice.
Let me take 1. You took 1 for me. I'll take 1 for
Well,
you.
I only have 1 stress right now. So I think if I push myself, that gives me 2. And one of you could also give me help to speed it up even better.
I'll for what, 1 stress?
Yeah, you take 1 stress.
Yeah, I can do that. I've got 10 stress.
And push myself is 2, right?
Yep.
So I'll do 2 stress. Ding ding.
I'll
Okay.
do 1.
And I have 1 dot from my.
So then that gives you 3 dice to roll.
3 dice. Okay.
Plus me.
One for my dot.
Yeah, each
one
of you-
for my push, and one.
Oh,
from
one
you.
for only 1 from the push, right?
Slash
Yeah.
roll 3d6.
Yep.
Working quickly, I pull up a 5.
Okay. So that's a mixed success. I am going to start the clock, but it's only going to be a 6 clock, and it is only going to have. There's a way that I can actually put the clock on the board, but I don't know what it is. Here, I'm going to put it on your crew sheet, even though that's not really the best place for it. But the crew sheet is somebody notices. Yeah, somebody
glitch.
notices, and this is a 6 clock, and there's just one pie is filled. So you've butchered the body. You've fit it into this surprisingly small box because you knew that you were going to be butchering it. Elena, you've got teeth.
Oh gosh, we must already.
I don't think we really do inventory to like mark teeth, but
Put it
She's
in
just
the notes or
she's just
something.
taking trophies. You know.
okay, yeah. You do this. What's next?
I'm assuming there's some kind of delivery service that we're going to pretend to be, or I'm going to
Sure.
pretend to be, and just walk into the museum. And
With a box.
I think when nobody's looking, I will just leave the box at the desk, like at the front, not where kind of behind the counter, if there's some sort of counter that, so that it looks like something that they are just having there.
Okay, so I want you to think about,
Mhm.
does it look like they did the murder
Yeah, if it's delivery.
if a box gets
So I think
delivered to a place?
the box doesn't look like it's been delivered once it's there. The delivery aspect is just to make it so that I can walk in without people looking at me.
Okay, great.
I drop off
walking
a box.
walking in without people looking at you is going to be so this is a museum. So I'm going to say this is a very formal old style stone building. It is built of like blocks of stone, almost like a temple. It has a big front entrance and a small back entrance. Are you going to go? The back entrance is going to be locked usually, but anybody can go in the front. There's a front desk.
Yeah. So I'm thinking some kind of like delivery service uniform.
A uniform.
Subterfuge supplies, I'm hoping is good for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have
check those off.
You have that in your. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think subterfuge supplies, that covers like a delivery service hat that everybody would recognize.
So that when I walk in with the box, nobody thinks anything of it. And I drop it off. I'm trying to drop it off when there's nobody around to like take delivery. I just want to drop it off and make it look like it's just one of the crates that they have in the museum.
Okay. So
it doesn't have like delivery labels on it.
This is something that needs a roll. This definitely needs a roll to do this without people noticing.
All right.
And
but what roll?
People who are in charge of museums do notice things. Mm-hmm. So your problem is that it's quite likely that somebody will try to account for this delivery by talking to you. Mm-hmm. So how are you going to address that problem?
Let's see. Oh, I'm thinking, does command fit for like telling the guy I got a delivery for such and such person, for the boss?
Oh,
I got something for the boss.
Command is like telling people to do things that they might not necessarily want to do.
Aha. Okay.
Is that the kind of thing that we can make a group effort on? Because I also can do command.
Maybe like one of us, maybe like Josh or I could provide a distraction or something.
Or potentially a prowl action of like, I would try to prowl in while there's nobody. Like
I can help.
I see a group go in and I see a group go in and, the only attendant at the front area, runs over to help them take a tour. And that's when I make my move.
Okay. Yeah, you could do that as well. And you could make it a group action. If one of you wants to lead it.
I could help with the prowl thing.
Yeah.
And, just, I don't know, help with
you would
look out or whatever.
So I'm going to say that for this prowl, actually I have to look up the foundation real quick. Where are they? What tier are they?
Yeah, so Elena would act as a lookout and
the foundation the foundation is tier 4. Ooh. They're a pretty tight operation. This museum is not like their headquarters. Mm-hmm. This is just like one of their things. It's not like a safe house, it's not like a headquarters, it's not a vault. So it's not like their full concentration of power is on this place. You picked it because it happens to be owned by them and connected to them. You picked it because it's like the least well guarded of their things, but still, you are significantly lower tier than them, and their like low efforts are pretty good. Their people are pretty good. So this roll is going to start at no effect.
Okay.
So this is risky, 0 effect.
How do I make this not have 0 effect?
You can push yourself for 1 more effect.
Okay.
And you can also trade position. You can trade between the two. So you can give up one of your dice to increase effect again. Also, if you had I think that using subterfuge supplies, checking that off, can bumps you up 1 effect as well.
Okay.
So actually, I should say, given that you used subterfuge supplies for this, you're starting at limited effect.
Okay.
And then you'll have to push yourself to get to standard effect. Standard effect is you actually do it.
Okay. What about doing it as a group action? Does that affect the effect?
It doesn't. The group, it wouldn't affect the position.
That just affects the number
It's
of
just
dice.
how you roll to meet those requirements.
So yeah, Kel, Elena, act as lookouts.
Yeah.
Give me a signal when it looks like the attendant is out of the way, and
I take a stress.
I'm a little bit outside it. Not just going in there and busting heads is outside of my comfort zone, so I'm taking some stress to increase my effectiveness.
Okay, so taking the stress to push yourself to increase effectiveness, that brings you up to standard effect.
Okay, is that 1 stress?
2 stress.
2 stress. Okay, I'm getting pretty stressed out here.
And then, are you going to do this as a group action, or are you going to do it? So, like, one way you could do it is that, like, Dave's character could help you. In that case, he would take a stress. The other way you could do it is that you would lead a group action, in which case you could take up to 3 stress.
I'll help.
Group action.
Well, wait. Why don't I help? Because I've only taken 3 stress so far.
Okay, yeah, let's do that then.
So I'll take a stress.
Because I only have 4 stresses left.
Yeah,
you'll be rolling 2 dice then.
Okay, only 2,
right? Because
I have 1 for prowl. One of the stress that I took was to increase the effect to standard.
Yep.
And now I have 2. Ooh. Any other ways I can get more dice? All right.
I can take a stress and give him help and give him another die, can't I?
Multiple people.
I think then that would have to be a group roll.
Oh yeah.
A group check. I think you can't do
roll a 2 and see what happens.
Yeah.
2d6. Come on, baby. Oh, 3 was the highest one.
Dang. So,
all right.
Do us have any kind of special abilities that can like react to that?
Well, we can potentially resist the bad effect.
So what happens is you walk in there, your lookout goes out and like says, "Okay, the coast is clear," and you go in there, and 2 gentlemen, older gentlemen, docents, who watch the paintings and statues and things. These 2 old fellas, they come up and say, this is not the correct place for deliveries. We did not have a scheduled delivery today. Please explain yourself." And one of them starts going to call the Bluecoats. Like he starts walking out the door. Now this is the consequence, and this is where you can resist it.
Okay. And resistance is I 6 minus the highest dice roll of the attribute. What attribute am I using?
I mean, I guess you used prowl, so I think it's prowess.
Okay. So do I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
I think no 4.
Why 4?
It's however many are in the first column.
Oh, just
and
the
you
first
have all
one.
4 in the first column filled.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna resist that. Come on,
Okay.
dices. Give me some good
Roll
dices.
4d6.
Slash roll.
Come on, dice.
4d6.
Don't lie.
I got a 6.
Okay.
Sixed it up.
Yeah, so
No.
that doesn't happen. What actually happens is that one of the guys that raises this to from a failure to a mixed success.
Mhm.
And what actually happens instead of them just seeing you and going for the police
Mhm.
is that this is going to increase that clock that I started, the somebody notices clock, by 2 segments. So now it's at 3 out of
Oh.
6.
All right.
But you successfully get into the and one of the old guys like gives you a little look,
mhm.
but the other one doesn't happen to be there, and he's like with a group or something explaining about a painting. So he like gives you the side eye as you walk in here with this box, but he doesn't say anything.
Okay. Yeah, so I find a spot to stash it among, like,
Among other
transfers.
boxes.
Yeah, but like something like, transfers from another museum or that they would own or something like that.
Okay, is that going to look like they did the murder?
Yeah, because they're moving it from one museum to another that they own. I'm guessing something like that.
Okay, I think we're gonna have to do a roll to find a good spot like
Okay.
that to make it look like you want to make it
This
look
is the
like
part we
this
didn't
is
get before. Yeah.
you want to make it look like this is part of their collection,
Mhm.
and you don't. Yeah, so somebody
Or something,
so
or like we're
if you
hiding
just
it.
I'll say that
among
the
their
challenge
yeah.
is the challenge you're facing right now is that if you just leave this there,
Mhm.
people the story that goes out about this
Somebody dropped
will
the body.
not be
Yeah.
this museum and the foundation that's connected with this museum murdered somebody. The story will be somebody mysterious murdered somebody, put them in a box, and dropped them off at the foundation's
Mhm.
museum. So you need to face this challenge in some way.
Let's see. So I want it to be found by somebody that's not the foundation in the museum.
I mean, like maybe
While making it look like it stuffed
you're
at
in
the
the
museum.
back, like. Switch the tags on
Aha!
in
Switch
their
the tags.
in their storage locker. Switch the
Mhm.
tags so that it looks like that box wasn't a delivery. Like
It's
been
been here
there.
the whole time.
Yeah, it's been here the whole time. Good
Okay.
call.
I don't know, like,
Yeah.
and maybe you like stuff it in deep into the shelves or something.
Yeah, like it's in the archives as if it were hidden.
Yeah.
As
And
if it were hidden.
as if it were hidden.
Okay.
And I guess maybe we're looking for a tag where we somehow know, like, the next exhibition is going to be X, and somebody's going to
Yeah.
pull it out and be like, "Oh my God,
Yeah, that
a
was like
body!"
we like checked the schedules or something. Yeah.
Cool. All right, we're going to need two different things. The first is what skill are you going to use to address this challenge? Is this going to be, I guess, survey? Hunt to find the thing?
Survey
Study?
to understand what's going on.
I think study
survey or
would be a
study? I'm better with study than with survey. So
Gather
I think-
information. Well, so like, what if? Okay, can we do a flashback and like
Yes.
maybe like the hunt, gather information about location and movements. Like maybe I did some research or something in the past.
Perfect.
Okay.
So you came here and you like went around in the museum looking at stuff.
Yeah.
This is going to be a hunt roll. this is controlled. I think that this is something that you had time to do. So I don't think this flashback is going to cost you anything. I think that this is controlled, and you don't have really a background in museums. You're sort of a wild child. So I think this is going to be limited effect.
Well, she did. I mean, I don't know. Like I don't know. Like she was part. She reintegrated into society, though.
That's true. I think you don't have any special reason to know a lot particularly about this museum, and they are a much higher tier than you. So I think it's got to be limited. It's got to start at limited effect.
Okay. Oh wait. So like, what is that?
So this is a controlled roll of study for a limited effect.
Hunt.
Oh, a controlled roll of hunt for a limited effect. Yeah.
Gather information.
Yep.
Okay.
So one thing you could do is
what
if
do you guys think? Is that good enough?
Yeah.
So I can give maybe a little hint.
Hunt says hunt a target. Gather information about its location and movements.
Oh.
Yeah, this might be more appropriate for study, but I think hunt is fine.
Okay.
Fine. I don't know.
I-
If you mark off documents on your load,
Mhm.
I'll let it be standard effect.
Okay.
Right.
I'll do that.
Documents it is.
So this is like you have some forged papers. Like you have some history with the Sparkrights in the sort of scientific establishment. So you've forged yourself like a note from the Sparkrights saying, Elena, or a fake name that you made up, needs to do some research in the museum to find some stuff for us. And so like it's cool for her to be in here. And so if anybody questions you, you just show them this and you go all around the museum. Yeah, so go ahead and make this hunt roll.
Okay.
But that is the kind of thing you can suggest. It's better if you suggest that kind of stuff to me, so I'm not the only one telling the story.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I've got 2 dice.
Yep.
I got a 6.
Awesome.
Yes.
That's what you needed. So
So I
flashback.
tell,
We come back. Yeah.
Yeah, like I give Lemmer, sort of like, there's there's a new exhibition coming up in 2 weeks. If we switch the they're storing it in the new items are stored in storage room 2B. If you take our friend back there and hide him among the boxes and switch the labels, I give him the proper labels to to tag on the box, and
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's great. You already rolled a prowl roll to get into this museum and place this box. So you've got this. You do the thing. You take the box to that new exhibition. You switch a label on it, and you whistle a song on your way out. However, while this is going on, Kel and Elena, you face a particular challenge, and this will be the last thing you have to overcome in this score. But you are wearing heavy load, which means you are like armed for bear. You're carrying weapons and stuff. And you're in the middle of Charter Hall. Somebody is there are blue coats wandering around all over the place. Somebody is very likely to notice you and call the cops. Like, you look like terrorists. So how are you going to deal with that challenge? This is for Kel or Alanya, Elena.
What do you think, Josh?
I was gonna defer to you. I'm trying not to grab the helm too much. You pick, man. Jump up there.
I don't know. I don't know. This doesn't seem like a
How do
very
you
good idea.
exit?
This doesn't seem like a very good idea, but like maybe one of us causes a distraction.
You are the distraction.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
can I use a tune to like
Oh,
basically
even bigger distraction.
yeah, basically do like ghost scream kind of like
Oh, can you
basically
call
summon
ghosts?
summon energy from the ghost field.
Because we
with-
know
Yeah.
there's some ghosts running around in this town. Maybe you can
I
get some of
think
these
that-
ghosts.
Oh
in
yeah,
here.
we got those we let those ghosts loose.
Can you summon ghosts with a tune? Can you be like,
Yeah,
"Get over
that's
here,
what a
ghost
tune
man."
is for.
Boom, do it.
Yeah,
I call up a ghost.
for a
That we-
distraction so that
we
nobody
accident-
notices these super armed people. Do you want to do that?
Maybe we like
That's
pose.
exactly what I
don't know.
want to do.
Like
And
pose
I
as
think I'm
like
gonna-
bounty hunters, and we're like, "There's ghosts. We're armed for bear to fight ghosts."
Yeah.
Can anybody take a single stress and help me? Because if not, I can take two. And push
I've
myself.
got. I'll take a stress.
I'm
Okay.
inside, so it's got to
Yeah.
be.
No, I'll take the stress. I'll take
Yeah.
a stress.
Okay. So
All
that
right,
gives
so
me
you can
three-
roll. Yeah, you can roll 3.
the three. I think 3d6 is enough then.
Wait. I have to tell you that this is you are what you're trying to do is you're trying to attune to the ghost field to call ghosts from outside to your location, right? So this is
We let them in.
yeah, we already let you know they're here,
Yeah.
right? And you might have
You're trying to
glimpsed
be like,
them in the
"Come
ghost
here,
field already.
ghosty."
So, I think this is desperate.
Okay.
This is ghosts are really dangerous, and so this is desperate standard. You are able to do this.
I am going to take a devil's bargain with you because I did.
What
not
devil's
succeed.
bargain would you like to propose?
Here's my proposal.
Wait, did you already
I was
roll?
asking for.
Yeah.
He rolled, but
Or
you
am I
hadn't
supposed to
given
roll
him the
now?
terms
Do I
yet.
have to roll now that you've finished telling me?
He rolled, but you hadn't given him the terms yet.
I hadn't told you the terms yet, so I don't think that roll counts. We're gonna strike that roll. I don't like doing it,
Okay.
but we're not going to do that roll. I'm going to tell you that this is desperate, and there are a number of things that you can do to ameliorate that. So, for instance, this is what you have a spirit mask and a fine lightning hook for.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So I should actually look up what the spirit mask actually does. Because I think you have equipment specifically for dealing with this. And I think it's the spirit mask, but I just want to make sure. Let's Isn't it in the book somewhere?
So a fine spirit mask is an arcane item that allows the trained user to see supernatural energies in great detail.
Okay. So that is not what helps you with it. What about the lightning hook? Come on. No. There's a list of equipment somewhere.
So a lightning hook is what you use to hook a ghost.
Okay, yeah. So that's what you're trying to do. So if you mark off your lightning hook, we can make it that will ameliorate some of the risk, and it will be risky rather than desperate. But the risk, yeah.
Okay, so if I fail, it won't be quite as bad.
Yep.
Okay, well, I came in heavy, so I guess that's why. All right, so I'm going to roll 3d6.
Yep. Okay, mixed success. So what happens here is that you get out your spirit hook, and you guys and you do successfully, like, you have some way of manipulating the spirit hook and the electroplasmic sort of lightning zap that it generates to, like, call to these ghosts in a way that brings them from where they were over to where you are. And some people who are sensitive start to notice it, and people around you start to kind of freak out. But the ghost comes close enough to you that that it freaks you out, and you are going to take a level 1 harm, shocked or freaked out.
Okay. Ghost shot.
But you do succeed in doing the thing. So with a 4 or 5, a mixed success, you succeed in the thing you were trying to do, but there's a consequence. So you can resist any consequence. So this is not, you could resist it for stress instead of taking this harm. But yeah, you get sort of, or actually I think the word is spirit burned. You just got, like, your brain got burned a little bit by doing this manipulation of the ghost field.
Okay.
That's all. It's not too bad. I'll put that on your sheet.
Ouch.
Yep.
Hey,
if you get
have you
two,
ever tried to stick your exposed brain tissue onto a George Foreman grill? Ow!
so congratulations, you guys. You get out of the scene. The clock that was ticking on people noticing you does not get full. It almost did. But this dead body is in this museum as though it was an exhibit, as though the Foundation was trying to make an exhibit of having a dead spirit.
The box got mixed in with their exhibit boxes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As though they were trying to send a signal. Yeah. So after the score, payoff. Well, you start off. Let me bring up the crew sheet. Good job. You get payout. You get 2 rep, and then you get +1 rep per tier higher. I think that's 4 rep.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, because we
Is that
took on.
for
Yeah.
our crew?
Yeah, for the crew. And you were
Is this
promised
tier
4
0
coin.
and we took on tier 4.
So I give you your 4 coin to the crew. If you want, you can each take one of those coin. You can divide it up however you want. It can be each of you gets 1 and the crew gets 1, or it can be all 4 go to the crew, whatever you like.
Elena expects pay.
Also, what do we use the coin for?
Tons of stuff.
Everything.
Everything. Almost everything can be made better and easier with the addition of coin.
Okay.
So, for instance, on downtime, you can always, for instance, you're going to owe 1 coin to the Leviathan Hunters after this, right? And then you can spend a coin to during downtime to raise the effectiveness level of something that you're doing during downtime, or you can spend a coin to do 1 additional downtime activity. Also, you as a player are trying to get coin so that you can retire from a life of crime. When your player eventually retires, how tolerable their life is afterwards is a result of how much coin they have saved up. But also, coin can help you upgrade your tier. So once you've got enough rep to go up a tier, you have to also have enough coin to pay for it.
Okay.
When you go up a tier, sometimes those rolls get easier. If you're going up against somebody who's an equal tier with you, like you're about as competent as them generally. So 1 coin is going to Elena at least. So that leaves 3.
So I think we're each just taking a coin, right?
So you each get 1 coin, and the crew gets 1 coin.
Yeah.
Cool. So mark down 1 coin on your sheet. Next is
Hell yeah, I'm going down to the docks.
You have got
under your
1.
healing clock.
Aha!
Ding. Nice.
Yep. So you have to pay a tithe to the Leviathan Hunters after this. So I guess that comes out of the crew.
Yep.
All right. So the crew now has no coin.
No coins.
The crew has 0 coin, but you guys do each have a coin. Heat. So, would you say that this was smooth and quiet with low exposure, or would you call this contained standard exposure, or would you call it loud and chaotic high exposure? Honestly,
I feel
using ghosts.
But aside from
tier related. Sorry, go ahead.
Aside from the ghosts, I'd say we did a pretty good job.
I think you did a great job until the moment you decided to specifically draw ghosts, which are like the most dangerous thing, into the center of the city.
Here's the thing,
as a distraction.
Here's the thing, though, like that. So, like that was part of the point, though. Like we were
Yep.
We were trying to
You were trying to do that.
We were using that to cover up the real crime.
But the question is, did any of that activity track back to us?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like
so
the
potentially it does though, because there's ghosts from outside. Where did they come from? They came from the tower that's covered in bloody wolf heads.
Yeah.
Wait,
so
I think did we tag our work?
Yeah, that's how we keep.
I don't think you're. I think it's
from listening.
It's against the spirit of that mechanic. For the whole point of So for instance, it's +1 heat. Normally, it's +1 heat. It's +2 heat if killing was involved.
Okay.
You don't
Killing-
get that because of your Crow's Veil.
Oh,
And I think it's against the spirit of Crow's Veil to say that, like, because you did this Crow's Veil thing, you get extra heat. It's specifically for having less heat.
So
But
then
you
the-
did leave. There's a way to trace
I'm
this
saying
back
it's
to
not right. I'm saying it's
Well,
not
there's-
because of the killing that we got the heat. I'm saying it's because the ghosts track
Right.
back to. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
So I think that this is it seems loud and chaotic with high exposure to me.
Oh no.
Yeah,
We could have gotten
no.
much louder.
yeah.
Right?
Well,
I'm thinking the
chaos.
top level is a lot higher.
No, I think
You
the
think
cha-
that this was contained?
I think like we use the chaos as a like. I think the fact that we used
It was
like,
not
yeah,
out of control. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and we used like that was part of the plan. Like we used the chaos
Listen.
to obfuscate.
Okay, so here's what I'll give you.
Listen, God.
Here's what I'll give
you.
you.
Have two big conscience. There is no such thing as collateral damage. There is just more sparkly spurts of
Here,
red light.
We'll do this. We'll make a compromise. I will give you it's contained standard exposure, and then I'll give you +1 heat for situation happened on hostile turf
Okay.
for 3 heat.
Okay.
Does that sound reasonable?
Let's do it.
What was,
Okay.
Do it.
was that what's the
Arguing
hostile
over
turf?
heat is like the tradition.
Oh, is it okay?
Every show I've ever watched,
Yeah.
they argue over heat, so it's delightful.
Yeah.
I think the ghost
always
thing
about-
bumps it up from smooth and quiet to.
Yeah, the
next
ghost
level up.
thing. The ghost thing
Yeah.
should.
But it's not like we blew up the tower and ghosts
Yeah.
are streaming in. That
Yeah.
would be chaotic and
And-
loud.
That would be no. That
No,
would be
and
wild,
we-
devastating exposure.
Oh, is
No.
that even? So what are the levels? Maybe I don't know all the levels.
The levels are 0 heat, smooth and quiet, low exposure.
Mhm.
2 heat, contained, standard exposure. 4 heat, loud and chaotic, high exposure. 6 heat, wild, devastating exposure.
Yeah.
So that
I-
would be
I-
wild, devastating.
We
Yeah.
also covered up the crime. Like we successfully pinned this crime on.
But-
Now I think it counts for something that you pinned the crime on someone else.
Yeah,
But
like
in that
But
case,
we covered up. It's like covering up a robbery with a murder.
yeah. Well,
Right,
so
but-
what?
so Dave, I will let you make that argument, but I will let you subtract heat from we'd agreed on 3 heat. I'll let you take down one of those heat if you also lose a rep for it. Because
I don't know.
you're
what that
pinning it
means.
on somebody else. So
Oh,
you don't
no,
get the rep.
Yeah. It sounds like I think we actually
No, I
probably
don't
go
know.
out and brag to the right people that we did it, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
so
in that
that's-
case, you
that.
don't get to make the argument that you
Okay.
pinned it on someone else, and so
Yeah.
you don't get the heat.
I'd rather keep
I
the
think-
heat and the rep, right? Because
I think I'm being really nice to give you 3 heat, and it really should be 4.
Hmm.
Yeah, let's take the
So,
3 and the.
We'll
and
make
the
it
rep
3.
and the rep.
That's okay.
Okay, awesome. Entanglements. So, what do we roll for entanglements? I have the chart here, but
If we ever make it really big, really rich, I'm gonna get my own little cave. And I'm gonna pay a wizard to cast a spell on the pig. So her and all the little baby pigs, they want to be eaten. They
Oh, I
want
see.
to be
Okay.
turned into bacon. So they want you to feed them and get them fat so that you can eat them, so they don't run away. It's pretty clever.
all right. So, your wanted level is 0. So I roll 2 dice and take the lowest number. That's a 6 and a 1. So gang trouble or the usual suspects. What is gang trouble? No, we can't do gang trouble because you don't have cohorts. What's the usual suspects?
The cops grab someone in the
Okay.
periphery of your crew.
The blue coats grab someone in the periphery of your crew. One player volunteers a friend or vice purveyor as the person most likely to be taken.
Let's see.
So one of you needs
Friend,
to tell me
Old
one of
Sawtooth.
Oh
For
no,
me,
I
it
know
would
what
be
it is.
The doc.
Because I
or-
What is
probably
it?
sold the spirit from that person
Ah.
to Flint, and they probably somebody managed to like
Wait, but-
Flint sold it to somebody, and somehow they tested it for who it was, and they consulted a medium and found out, it's this person and they, tracked it back to the crime scene and to us and whatnot.
Okay, so it's Flint.
Wait, but
Yeah.
didn't you take? I thought you took the other person as your.
But if we're gonna do that,
mechanical
no,
lady.
I took Flint as my friend, and Skurlock is my arch nemesis. I resent
Yeah.
him because he's a real vampire, and I wish that I could just be a real vampire. Anyway, so
Okay.
So if we're gonna do that though, Matt, that would mean that
Mhm.
we would have needed to have already done the scene where I figure out what I get for selling a spirit bottle with the spirit of a Sparkrite thug to this Flint person, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Well-
I think that's a good story. So this is story first. We can change around the order of things. Yeah. So
Time does not mean anything, Talamini.
yeah, we'll tell it in this order. So right after the score, you go to Flint. I don't know who Flint is. I think Flint is like this old gray-haired dude who like sits behind a counter, and his ostensible business is like repairing watches or something technical, but like really he's got spirits for sale.
Yeah, at least it's like ether tubes, right? We're down in the
Yeah.
Underdark, and there's Arcano gas vents all over the place. So probably everybody down in the Underdark, if they're dealing with something that's at all mechanical and runs on a fuel, it's just pure Arcano ether. So there would be people down there who do repair on like Arcano ether powered stuff. So there'd already be all these glowing tubes of plasma looking stuff. So it's a good cover for being a spirit trafficker.
I don't actually know in the rules how to adjudicate how much you should get for selling a spirit,
Human spirit.
a
could I
human
get-
spirit.
Could I like negotiate like it's got to be worth
So
at
I-
least one. I would think that a spirit would be worth like maybe 2, maybe 3. I don't know, unless like spirits can be used to do things that I just don't even know.
Yeah, I think that they're very, it's a very dangerous thing, and it can be very useful to the right people in the right hands. So let's make a fortune roll, and just because I don't know, but it should definitely be worth something. But also I don't want you. Well, no, okay, yeah. You took a lot of risk to get this spirit. So roll a d6. If it's a 1 to 3, it's 1 coin. If it's a 4 or 5, 2 coin. If you roll a 6, you can get 3 coin for this.
Yeah.
And this is just because there are different levels of spirits that are worth different amounts, we'll say.
Rolled a 4.
Nice.
Wait, what did you roll?
I rolled a
Oh, yeah.
4.
Sweet. So, yeah, you go up to Flint, and Flint is like, "Oh, there, what you got there? You weird bald guy. No, freaks, come in here. What you got for me?"
I have for sale one highest quality spirit of human in this bottle for you.
Oh, let me check that. And he takes the bottle, and he swivels around on his chair. I think this is one of those dudes who has a swivel chair and just never gets out of it. And he's got all of his equipment like arrayed around him on this like sketchy wooden desk. And he swivels around, and he like flips up this like panel on his big desk, and there's like this metal instrument with like lenses on it, and he like slots the bottle in there, tightens a few knobs, adjusts something, gets some calipers out, and he like peers into these lenses, and he says, "Oh, well, yes, that's a fine one, excellent work, very self-attuned." Because some spirits are like absolutely insane and almost worthless for
Use.
most tasks. Some spirits can hold it together better. This is one that's sort of in the middle, so it's worth a little more. So he offers you 2 coin for it.
Yeah, pleasure doing business with you, old friend. You know, every time I see you, you look more and more like creepy little spider scurrying across nest. When are you going to just build yourself, make your little extra-mechanical arms, and just become a freak?
Oh, you don't know what I've got planned.
Whoa,
My
so this
extra
is a
mechanical
different kind of
arms are in the
form.
shop right now.
Oh. Now,
Um,
if you don't have any use for those old arms, you let me know. And he's made this joke with his Flint many times, and Flint thinks it's just a joke.
So the next thing that happens is that Flint rolls a fortune roll. We roll a fortune roll to see how Flint does being interrogated by the Bluecoats. Also, you can pay the Bluecoats off with 1 coin. You can you find out that the Bluecoats have grabbed Flint, and you just go to the station where they have him, and you just slip somebody a big pile of money to let him out before they can question him.
And the
So that's
alternative is that we do something risky, and if we fail, bad things happen to Flint and all this stuff.
if I roll a 1 to 3, you get +2 heat because he squeals. If I roll a 4
I'm
or
gonna
5,
Cal would pay a coin and get his
okay,
his friend, his asset,
great.
because this guy makes him money. Oh wait, I'm clicking.
Yeah, I don't know how it works. Just yeah.
Weird. So you can either clear all your coins or add 1 coin at a time.
Yeah,
That's
it's a little bit.
hilarious. No, it's okay.
Oh, weird.
So I
Okay.
had 3, I cleared it and added 2, so I just paid a coin. Yeah, no, Kel
Perfect.
would definitely be loyal to Flint, this person with whom he regularly does business and all this stuff.
All right, so now it's time for downtime activities. This is the last thing. This is the last thing to do before the next score. Thank you for sticking with me this late at night. If we ever play again, it will go much quicker because we won't have to do the character creation stuff in the beginning.
It's always longer the first time.
Yeah.
No.
So here are the downtime activities that you can do: acquire asset, long-term project, recover, reduce heat, train, and indulge vice. So acquire asset is like if you wanted to get a magic item that lets you harm people with magic. This would be like actually like, so a special item or a set of common items, a cohort, which is like an expert or a gang, which would be somebody who would help you out during a score, a vehicle, or a service, like for instance, transport from a smuggler or a driver, use of a warehouse, temporary storage, legal representation. Acquire asset is temporary use of an asset. Long-term project is where you tell me something that your character is going to work on, and then what do you roll? Oh, you roll one of your actions for what you're doing. Whatever the thing you're doing is to advance your project. So you tell me what project you want to do, and I tell you, okay, that's going to be a clock. That's going to be at 8 o'clock. Most projects are an 8 o'clock. And you will roll one of your skills, and according to how well you roll, will mark segments off the clock. So you can use your downtime activity to like just do stuff in the world that you think will be useful. Next is recover. Recovery is like a long-term project. You have a healing clock already on your sheets, so you have a. I think that Sawtooth is a quality 1.
Mm-hmm.
So you would roll 1d6. And if it's a 1 to 3, mark off 1 segment. If it's a 4 to 5, mark off 2 segments. If it's a 6, mark off 3 segments. Or if it's a critical, you mark off 5 segments. When you fill your healing clock, you reduce each instance of harm on your sheet by 1 level. So this is not super useful to you guys right now. The only one of you that has any harm is Josh, and it's only a level 1 harm. So you would probably spend 2 or 3 downtime activities just to get rid of this one level 1 harm. But keep in mind, if you fill up both of your level 1 harm slots, then you have less effect. So all of your rolls are going to be 1 less effect than they would be otherwise. Once
So
you get
basically,
a second level 1 harm.
I have to keep trying until I get 4, 5, or 6.
No, the healing clock is a long-term project. So you would spend 1 downtime activity, roll. You would probably get a 1 or a 2. We would mark that on your healing progress clock.
Okay.
And then when you are you going to spend a downtime activity on that?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's our first downtime activity. Is Kel is going to heal. Did you roll?
I guess I need to. So
we need to roll 1d6.
4.
Okay. So you should mark off 2 segments, unless you want to spend a coin to mark off 3 segments.
Sure, I'll do that.
Oh, sorry, I accidentally clicked on your. I don't even know why that's. Okay, I got my sheet.
Yeah,
I
I'll
think
do
it's
that.
not worth it to spend a coin on this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think.
So
So I think just
I'm getting
put
rid of
2
the spirit
segments.
burn condition.
It would.
When
the
you
healing
get
would carry over, right?
yeah,
Yeah. So
the
like
healing carries over.
you could do part of it now and part of it later. Like you don't
Yep.
have to complete it now.
Yeah. And you should mark off that second segment on the healing progress clock.
Well, okay, so am I still ghost burned?
Yes. So when you fill the clock, every harm on your sheet is reduced by 1 level. And your level 1 harms drop off the sheet when you fill the healing clock.
So then does it matter whether I roll well or not if I just have to roll 4 times?
You don't necessarily have to roll 4 times. You might roll only once.
Like you rolled a 4, right? So you got 2 segments on your healing clock filled in.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And when
not
you only
3.
need 2 more
it's
after
2.
that. Yeah.
Well, I already had 1.
No. You start with none.
I know, but I thought I had made a previous attempt.
This is the first time we've had.
When did you do that?
Okay, sorry. Okay.
So that's your first downtime activity. You go to Sawtooth. Sawtooth attempts to heal you. He does sort of a good job, but it's not completely done yet. You still have more treatment to undertake. What's your other downtime activity going to be? Other possibilities are reduce heat, train, and indulge vice.
What happens?
So the
if you
possibilities
indulge
are
vice?
acquire
Will you
asset.
Get rid of stress.
Yeah, indulge vice gets rid of stress.
I would love to do that.
Okay, so it is a little risky, so let me read about it a little bit. You make a vice roll, and the vice roll is your weakest quality. So, Cal, your weakest quality is
Prowess.
prowess. So you'll roll 2 die and take the lower number, and that's how much stress you'll clear.
Holy cows! It would behoove me to ditch this die and survey and take something in prowess, so at least I have 1 die in prowess, right? That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, you can go ahead and do that if you want. Did you use survey during this score?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think Cal did.
Okay. Yeah. So put 1 in prowess somewhere if you want.
Okay.
So you'd be rolling at least 1 die for prowess. Yeah, so,
keep up if we do that. So
roll 1d6.
yeah.
And that is how much. So hold on. Let me just say, if you roll a higher number than the amount of stress that you currently have, so if you roll a 5 or a 6, then you overindulge and there are consequences.
Okay.
All right.
1.
Clear 1 stress. So, yeah. So describe what you do. It doesn't work very well.
Yeah.
It works a little bit.
Yeah, I think Kel and Alanya and Arvin, Arvin was in there with a knife and was, surgically, butchering this thing. Alania's in there reaching and pinching and yanking out teeth. Arvin is like digging out gouts of flesh and like putting them in a Tupperware container for later. And so you see him like take it out of the fridge and he's kind of looks at it and he's got kind of a leftovers kind of look because it wasn't really a very good kill. He didn't really have beef with her. She wasn't a worthy rival. She just fell down and broke her neck. So, it's like he eats it and he puts some of the alchemical powder on it that he bought from the guy down at the shack, but it's just not very, very good. It's, it's cheap, cold mac and cheese.
Great. Lemmer, what are you going to do for your downtime?
Let's see. My stress level is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I'd like to go for some reducing stress.
Yeah. Good idea.
I'm feeling pretty
so
good
what do
after
you
that.
do?
So I'm going
You go
down to the
gambling?
boxing. Yeah, I'm going gambling.
Okay. Roll to see how well you do at relieving your stress.
My lowest attribute is
either insight or resolve.
Okay. And it's 1 basically?
Yep. Yeah, basically you roll 1 die.
I got a 4.
Awesome.
So I still haven't quite figured out how to do this. So that does clear stress equal to your highest die result.
Yeah.
Okay, so I knock off 4. Oh, that's awesome.
Mark off 4 stress. So you have a really good time gambling, watching the boxing fight. You're
hell yeah, Marlene was in the fight. I bet against her and she lost for once.
Woo!
Oh yeah.
It was great.
Marlene.
Yeah, you like
she got thumped.
It was a great time. You feel much better afterwards. One more thing for the rest of your downtime. Also, you can spend a coin to do a third downtime activity.
I only have 1 coin. Oh, yeah. I can spend to do a third one. Okay. Wait, this is not. Oh, this is downtime. Okay.
It's like one of the many things you can spend a coin on is do a whole nother downtime activity.
So, what does training do? Is that for my insight prowess
when you
resolve?
spend time in training, mark 1 XP on the XP track for an attribute or playbook advancement. If you have the appropriate crew training upgrade unlocked, mark 1 XP, 2 total. +1 if you
Oh,
have
plus
the training upgrade.
And
Yeah.
which ones do
So
we have?
another thing is that you are supposed to mark. Actually, you know what? We didn't do something that we're supposed to do. Josh,
Yeah.
Elena did a desperate roll, right?
I
With
did.
the ghosts thing at the end, and you used a thing. You used a.
The stick.
Yeah, you know
the
what? I
lightning bolt?
told you it was desperate, and you did it.
Oh yeah.
So, I think you should. Oh, we haven't gotten to the Mark XP section, so go ahead and do your training. I think we do. We need to read through the Mark XP stuff.
Yeah.
Before we move on from this stuff, can I ask you a quick question, Matt?
Yeah.
I never used my Tempest ability, and now that I'm
Yep.
looking at it, Tempest automatically forces you to take harm just to make a single attack. So it seems like
No, it doesn't. It's not harm. It's pushing
you
yourself.
push yourself.
So it's 2 stress.
I'm taking 2 stress. Whereas
Yeah.
if you use strange methods, you can invent something, and then using the implement comes with like some amount of effect in and of itself.
Yeah.
And you don't have to take stress for the implement to be effective. You have to use your attune ability or something like that to use it.
Yeah. We should talk next time about
Okay,
about
maybe between now
crafting,
and then
because
we
that
can
would
have a
require you to
conversation.
use downtime activities to make like a crafting roll. But yeah, I'm definitely open to that.
Do I still have another one that I can use?
Another what?
Another downtime activity, or do you only get
No.
one?
You did both of them.
Oh, you get 2. Gotcha. Okay.
You get
I
2.
got it.
Yep.
But I can pay a coin to do another one, right?
You can pay a coin to do another one. Why doesn't it say? Where do we do XP?
There's a. Oh, I don't know. And there's a little thing on the playbook.
Yeah, it's on the playbook, but it's not in the book.
Oh.
It's weird. The book is pretty well organized, but it's not. It doesn't always. Okay, let's do all the downtime activities, and then we'll do XP. But yeah,
I had a training. So we have our group has
yep.
a prowess training. Well, there's a gym in there.
Yeah.
And so I was working out extra hard. I got 2 points, 2 XP in prowess. Is that correct?
Yep. Exactly.
That's what I did for my
Cool.
overtime.
And those are your two downtime activities.
Yep.
Elena, what are you going to do for downtime?
I guess getting rid of stress would probably be a good idea. I've got 5 out
Yep.
of 10.
Yep. So you'll roll 1d6 for resolve, which is your lowest attribute,
Okay.
and you'll lose that much stress.
I got a 4.
Awesome. Mark off 4 stress. That's great.
I spend time with my wolf friends.
You
And I
go
come
out into
home
the
and nap.
Deathlands and you frolic with the wolves, and it's just delightful.
Yep.
And one more. You have another downtime activity.
Okay, so I don't need to heal. I don't know what I would.
So one thing that you can do when you're looking at your own sheet, this is not as obvious, but you guys did get some. You did get some heat, and you can. One of the downtime activities is reduce heat.
I can, but I could like train one of these.
Yep.
One of these. one of these skill things. I think maybe
Yes.
I do that. I'm not sure which one though.
Well, you get double for insight or prowess.
Oh, I do?
Yeah, so if you train an insight or prowess, you get 2. If you train resolve, you only get 1.
Okay. Well, hey, getting double for stuff is cool, right? I'll do that.
Cool.
I think maybe
Also,
while I'm frolicking with the wolves.
you also have you can also mark XP on your playbook advancement, which is elsewhere on your sheet, and that is you working your way towards getting another one of those special abilities. The special abilities are real good.
Right.
Wait,
I
how
don't
do you
know.
get those?
I think I'll just train. That's fine.
So when you train, you mark 1 XP on the XP track for an attribute or playbook advancement. So if you look,
So I just found the playbook advancement stuff happens during the session, like the player's advancement. Like when you do those things during the session, you would give
Right.
yourself a tick. So
right, but also
gotta go
you
back.
can train during downtime to give yourself 1 as well.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was addressing the previous, like, where do you do XP for the players? That happens
Yeah, but
during the session.
right,
Instead of at the end.
it happens before downtime, and we didn't do
Yeah.
it. But we should go through each of these questions and
Yeah.
Okay.
and mark it off.
I'm
We
going
did.
to train. I think I will train prowess. So I get 2 ticks in prowess.
Great.
Done. That's my second.
Excellent. So, Elena, every time you roll a desperate action, did you roll any desperate actions? I don't think you did. At the end of each session, for each item below, mark 1 XP, or 2 if the item recorded. Did you address a challenge with tracking or violence? I would say yes. Right?
Oh, Elena,
Yeah.
sorry.
Elena, that's you, Dave.
Well, so the desperate, I did do a desperate action, didn't I?
Which one?
Was it the ghosty thing?
Ghosts.
That wasn't that a Kel rolled that? Yeah, Kel was the one who actually did that roll, and got the consequence when it was mixed success.
Right. Okay.
So
Address a challenge with tracking or violence.
You did address a challenge with violence, and I think tracking as well.
Yeah, like I mean, I bonked that lady on the head. I scouted a bunch. I scouted several things.
You absolutely did. So give yourself 2. Give yourself 2 XP for that.
Boop.
You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background.
So like I kind of see her. I think I pushed for going after the lightning jacks or whatever they are.
Yep.
Because she's got a beef with them, so I did that, and I also I kind of see, like she's a new recruit. I kind of see like her relationship as like she's a new recruit and they recruited her, and so she's not like super committed to this group right now. And so like I like she pushed for she pushed for her position, and she's like, I didn't get hired to like lug a body around town. I came here to kill people. I'm gonna do this part of the job. And then at the end she was like, I want to get paid. I'm not like.
Okay.
She's like,
so mark 1 for that.
Okay. Boop.
You struggled with issues from your vice or traumas during the session.
Not really.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Arva.
Did I roll a desperate action?
I don't think you did.
I don't think so either.
I should make more
Desperate.
rolls desperate so you can get XP. No,
Yeah,
there was
right.
there was only one situation where in this score that was genuinely desperate,
Mhm.
and that was when you're summoning ghosts to yourself. that was genuinely desperate. You addressed a challenge with violence or coercion. You also helped kill the lady. That was
Yeah.
a group roll, so I think you get
Yeah.
Oh,
one
was it?
for that.
Okay.
I mean,
Right?
dude, he chopped her up.
I think that
Oh,
is
and you
expressing
chopped her up.
That is
Yeah.
expressing my background.
Oh yeah, I would give him points for violence and background because it was
Yeah.
really good.
Okay,
Because-
one for
because
each.
It was also part of that piece de resistance, Last Supper, that give them over the body at the same time.
Yeah.
So you struggled with issues from your vice or traumas during the session?
I don't think so.
Cool.
Those haven't really developed very much yet.
Yeah. When you do develop a trauma, so what happens is if you fill up your stress during a score,
Mm-hmm.
you're out of the score. You just walk away or you collapse from stress or something. You're no longer in the story of that score, right? You're not dead.
Yep.
You're just,
I'm out.
you can't take any more.
Yeah,
You're out.
whatever,
You walk
yeah.
away. You turn up at the hideout later probably.
Mm-hmm.
But you lose all your stress when that happens, but you take on a trauma, and traumas are permanent. Characters never clear trauma.
Uh-huh.
And when you take 4 trauma, your character retires and that
Okay.
character's out of the game. And if you want to keep playing on the crew, you can make a new character starting it from 0
Yeah.
in the same crew. Totally fine. But that character has to retire at 4 stress. And each time you take 4 trauma.
4 trauma, yeah.
Each time you take a trauma, you pick cold, haunted, obsessed, paranoid, reckless, soft, unstable, or vicious.
Mm-hmm.
And once you have that, you can earn this XP. You struggled with issues from your vice or traumas during the session by acting out that trauma in a way that jeopardizes the crew.
Jeopardizes the mission.
You can get an XP in your playbook advancement for it.
Nice.
So it incentivizes role playing. All right, Kel, I think this
Same
is
as
our
LT.
last thing to do tonight.
Same as LT, you addressed a challenge with knowledge or arcane power. I used both study and attune to address things, and I used attune multiple times, so got 2 for that.
I think so.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I felt like I was able to do that a couple times. One by like speaking up early and saying, no, we don't want to just go, oh, please tell us what to do. We want to show her, we have ideas. We can make things happen. So I felt like that was something from his like drive to be ambitious. And then the background stuff about how the 3 of them all huddled up together over the body, pulling flesh off for 3 totally different reasons, which is weird.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, it's like a weird 3-way synergy, right? That's why he kept talking about how this was great synergy. So anyway, so 2 for that. But then you struggled with issues from your vice or traumas during the session. Maybe
No, I think only
bit.
1 for you expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. So you've got 4 here. I think that's right because you got 1 for the desperate action, 2 for addressing a challenge with knowledge or arcane power, and 1 for expressing your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background.
Okay. So could I say that that's 2 separate things, though? The one being the drive, like having the idea to go out and we're going to make our own score before we go to the late, and then the other stuff about the background being a separate thing.
I don't think so. I think,
Okay,
and especially for this to be, I think for this to be especially good because the reason for this is to incentivize role playing. So this you'll be able to convince me more of this as we do more scenes about your characters doing stuff. Yeah, so I think great job. That was fun.
Yeah.
Good job, team. You got some stuff. You took some damage. You took some heat. There's some stress left over there. But the crew is off to a fine start, and I'm sure that the things that you did will not cause any significant problems
Yeah.
for this crew in the
Sure.
future. It's
No,
going to
not
be
at
just
all.
fine that you tried to frame a much higher tier organization than you.
Successfully framed.
Successfully framed. Yeah, so things are probably going to get stirred up a little bit in your world. Cool. Thanks a lot, guys. I'm